it or misstate it.
Was there just one type of explosive, or were there several different types?
I don't know the answer to that. Any other questions? All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So we only had like 200 people. Do you guys want me to? It's only 15 minutes long. Do you want me to play it one more time? For the people who just got in here? Yes. Yes, okay.
I'm Sheriff Nick Smith. I just want to provide an update on the Jonathan Bowley case that took place on New Year's Eve. So where we're at is on Wednesday, December 31st at around 12:28 p.m. Walker County Sheriff's Department received a call about a missing 4-year-old child. Deputies arrived on the scene along with RPS and cleared the residence around 1:02. Once they made sure that the child wasn't in the house, we immediately called for air support from Aaliyah. State canines were there as well to start the searching process. At approximately 12:55 on Friday, January the 2nd, Jonathan, which is known as John, was recovered at the scene by a search group that was volunteering. They were in their assigned grid when John was recovered partially in a body of water. Once John and Buck was found, I requested the assistance of the FBI and SBI to work alongside our deputies to work the scene. They spent Friday, most of the day Saturday, processing and working the scene. They vacated the command post at Cornerstone Church, and I want to thank Cornerstone Church for allowing us to use their facilities last week. Sunday, they worked out of their respective field offices to follow up and put everything that we've worked on thus far together. This morning, Sergeant Pugh, SBI, and federal agents were present for an autopsy this morning. We do not have an official cause of death, but we can rule out that there was no signs of trauma or assault type injuries. Anything official will be pending further testing. We're committed to being transparent as possible as we can during this entire process. Kind of to talk about the father, Jamison Kyle Bowley, and the charges that he had that stems from this investigation was on December 31st, Jamison Kyle Bowley was arrested and charged with unlawful manufacture of a destructive device, which is a Class B felony. He was also charged with chemical endangerment of a child on 2 counts, which are Class C felonies. These charges are separate and totally separate from missing John. And also I want to say that, Mr. Bowley is presumed innocent until proven guilty. That these charges doesn't mean that he is guilty until he's proven guilty. Once the investigation is complete and we have an official cause of death, everything will be compiled and we will give it to the district attorney for review. Does anybody have any questions?
Why is the father in Blount County?
We're moving in Blount County anytime. It's not uncommon for sheriffs across the state when they have high profile cases and things of that nature to send the individual out of county or to another facility. We have several inmates that are Walker County inmates that are in different county jails throughout the state that are being housed just to keep people separated and so forth. We have several inmates that are from other counties as well, so we kind of switch and swap just to kind of keep high profile cases separated from their home county.
In terms of the autopsy, still the results are not in, but would it be safe to assume that there's a possibility of things like that the boy fell off a ridge or fell off into some water or something like that?
You know, obviously, I don't want to speculate on what the cause of death may or may not be. All I can say is that from what was done this morning, that we can rule out the fact that there was no trauma and there was no assault type injuries. Anything else would require further testing.
Do you know how long he had been deceased?
They did not provide that this morning in the initial conversation. I mean, they just got through concluding.
On Friday, you called for privacy for the family. Since then, there's been a lot of chatter on Facebook, maybe even potential misinformation. What's your message to the community right now?
First off, I want to say that I'm very proud of Walker County. I'm very proud of the people who came out and showed this family support. I mean, I've seen high school kids come out.
I know. I thought
I've
that
seen
that's
grandpas and
involved
grandmas
before
come out.
too, though.
I just ask that you show the family respect.
So sad.
And you mentioned he was partially in a body of water. Can you kind of describe what type of body of water that was?
It was, I guess the best way to describe it is kind of a creek, but it pulled up to, there was an area that was pulled up. Not sure whenever he was in it, at what level it was in, because obviously Friday we experienced rain, but Saturday morning when we measured it, it was around 4 foot deep.
Was it a volunteer type team that had found them, or was it a professional law enforcement?
So, obviously we had law enforcement, we had hundreds of volunteers come out. So EMA did a fantastic job of mapping out everybody's search patterns and grid patterns. So this was a volunteer group of pure volunteers that were assigned a certain section to search, and during their search, they recovered John.
And you mentioned that the dog was found with him alive. Was the dog just hanging around that area, or can you describe
one of the volunteers I spoke to said they saw the dog first,
It was
and
a
the
creek.
dog kind of led them back to where John was.
In regards to the father, can you specify what types of drugs were found in the home?
Methamphetamine.
And then, as far as the dog and all, do you think the dog stayed with the child? Is that the expectation? Or maybe led him that far away because he wasn't playing around?
It appears that way, that the dog was with him the whole time.
About when was the boy found, as far as 1 o'clock, 1:30?
It was at 12:55 is what EMA reported this morning that the volunteer group found him on January the 2nd.
What was the volunteer?
12:55. Oh, I guess the press conference.
Obviously going to look for him, but not probably expecting to see what they saw. How are they dealing with it?
I spoke with them shortly in a room. They were shook up. Obviously, you come out to do a good deed, and when you get there, you may have thought that you have fully prepared yourself for what you might come across, and obviously they were shooken up. I think they had to call paramedics to one female searcher who was having a panic attack. So obviously, keep them in your prayers. They're good. Like I said, there's two guys, Sergeant Q and Captain Legg.
So
I
we'll
can't
try.
commend them enough for the work that they've done. I'm not sure that they ever went home until John was found.
How are you doing?
It's a challenge. Like I said, I've never been through anything like this, and I hope that, that no family has to go through anything like this. But if you do, I think that one thing that we have to be proud of Walker County, and the fact that that's where I'm proud of, is because of the support that they showed this family. And I hope that support don't stop. I hope that support continues in the days to come. It doesn't just stop just because John was found.
Strange question. How was the father informed? He didn't just watch a stream or anything like that?
No, we took him to Blount County. I arranged with the sheriff of Blount County to let the family go and make that notification in person.
And he moving to Blount County, is that for his safety?
It's just general, just to keep him separated from the county and people he may know here in the jail.
And I know that you guys had thermal imaging up, around the clock essentially. Some people are asking how possibly the dog was missed on thermal imaging. Can you explain that?
I can't really explain that because that's not my area of expertise. We called out every resource that we had available. We had multiple aviation divisions from Jefferson County, Aaliyah, Coleman City. We had drone operators from several search and rescue groups. I can't answer that question.
It's early, but have you learned any lessons from this investigation in terms of how to do this type of search better down the road?
Obviously, I think once we get all of our information back and we get to review everything and get to really sit down and think, we can, you're always going to find things that you can do better. There's no doubt about that. But obviously, as well, this presented challenges. Where we're at, and the lifestyle that was taking place in the home with explosive devices and things of that nature. Obviously created challenges that we, wouldn't necessarily ready to see. And so it was much more than just blazing through the woods looking for a child. It presented challenges.
How long was the delay because of that split-finding explosive?
The delay with search was delayed around the residence. There's a lot of misinformation out there. The delay was not delayed for a search that other than the immediate area of the house. Now, the following day, once you got across the road, several volunteers were reporting and mapping that they thought they had found some type of explosive devices. So obviously we had to delay searches in that particular area, which was across the street, until the bomb techs for the FBI could finish clearing the house. And then make their way to assess those potential hazards, which they were cleared to not be explosive material.
Do you know the devices that you found? Pipe bombs? How would you describe them? Fireworks?
They wasn't fireworks. Let's just put it that way. I'm not an expert when it comes to bombs and explosives, but the people who are experts said there was enough to level the entire house.
I know about the call on Wednesday. Do you know how long they were missing prior to y'all getting notified?
Sir, you repeat that again?
Yeah, I know y'all got the call on Wednesday. Do you know how long he was missing prior to y'all getting that notification?
There was a delay. Obviously, we weren't called as immediately as he went missing. If I'm taking the information that I have at face value, I'm sure that he did like any parent would do. You'd spend 30 minutes, an hour or so trying to find your child. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that that's what happened, that he was trying to find him on his own. But obviously, one thing back to Ed's question is, in situations like that, because the father was doing his own search and things in the woods, which obviously doesn't help the tracking of, using canines and trying to track the child once, we got notified.
The explosions that the neighbors have heard for several weeks on end, have we been able to tie those explosions with the father in terms of the material that he had?
We have not.
With as many agencies that were involved, the chaplains of organizing the search. Who led the search or organizing?
So obviously, I contacted, as soon as we got on the scene, we contacted the FBI state, got everybody in, contacted Regina with EMA. She came out, she did her thing and got as many resources, fire departments and things as we could. She set up the incident command center at the church.
They contacted
and
the
then
FBI.
we just started
That's
working,
so weird.
kind of rolling from there, for organizing everything, organizing everybody in searches and where they needed to go.
Can you speak to how much she did? Because her name has come up several times today about how much she did contribute.
Yeah, listen, I can't thank Regina enough for the job that she did helping organize. It's one less thing that I had to worry about because I knew that she was doing a good job.
Do we know what the father's intentions were with the explosives? Was that like a hobby, or do you have any idea?
I think he had told, at one point, he had told an investigator that he knew that what he was handling and stuff was dangerous, but he didn't, he just was at the point where he didn't care anymore.
He had a military background, right?
Yes.
What type of explosive?
I don't know the name of them. I don't want to misquote it or misstate it.
Were they just one type of explosive or were they several different types?
I don't know the answer to that. Any other questions? All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely do a recap. I have to go get my charger real quick, though. You guys can request up. Dude, WBRC, I don't know who does this, but like, update on 4-year-old found DEAD. What? I don't know. I just feel like saying their name is more important. I know I couldn't. You guys wanted to see the aerial view. Let's see. Nelson. So this is. So the problem is that it's such a wooded area. I don't think we're going to be able to see a creek. And so when I go from the house, so 3,200, oh, that's 300. I don't get how. What did we say? There's 1,600 meters in a mile? There's no way. Charles Creek right here. So Charles Creek is right there. I'll go over to that. But that's still only 1,500 meters. Nautical miles. That's crazy. So this is there's like a creek right here. Charles Creek. I think he was just following Buck too. I think that he just kept. But I mean, that is, they said 2 miles from the house. That is an awfully, like, that's a road. That's a long ways from the house. So, and that's not even a mile from the house. Said it was found at 7,000. 7,000 Highway 195 LS. We don't have the cause yet.
We were on Mind of Monsters doing this the other day. It was hard to find. If you do like this, like the pin search as like the little person, it seems like it was up the road from where he lived, like the main road, but like hidden somewhere back there.
7,000, you said?
Yeah.
Highway 195?
Yeah.
So that's across the street?
It was very close. It was because he's what, 7,000, 7,3 or 7,4?
So 7,333. This is his house.
Mm-hmm.
Right here's 7,000. Across the street, though.
Yeah. So it was, there was a church over there and he was found somewhere over there. We don't have the specific coordinates, but I initially thought where you looked in the back, but it wasn't.
The church is right here, the Harmony Baptist Church.
Where's 7,000?
Right here where the red dot is.
Yeah, so it wasn't far from wherever that was.
Yeah, but that's not 2 miles.
Yeah, we were trying to figure this out the other day.
That's so weird.
Do like walking directions from his house to the church.
I can do. So that's his house. I don't know why they do this. Hold on. So here is the church right here. So from the church, to his house is just a 0.23 miles.
Which church is that right there?
This one is the Harmony Church. That's not the church that they were at doing, or was it the Cornerstone Church? Because this is the Cornerstone Church, I believe. Yes. Right here is the Cornerstone Church on the same side.
But that's not 1 or 2 miles, right?
This one is longer. It's, well, hold on. Let me see. Done. Start now.
Hey, sweet people.
Hey, Pappy.
Hey, I'm going off of what they were saying in the pressers, okay? And they said 2 miles. So I'm thinking if you got in your car and drove and hit 2 miles on your odometer, that would be the 2 miles. But if you go through the woods, and didn't they say it was behind the house?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't, where did you get the 7,000 from? The 7,000 Highway 195.
It was a searcher that came into Mind of Monsters and said 7,000.
So, but if you go behind the house, there is an area there Let me see if I've got anything here.
So there is a Charles Creek. And that is,
Let me try to pull all this up. I'm outside working.
that's about, it's 0.88 of a mile.
Yeah, I'm
Charles
thinking about.
Creek is the area. Okay. So probably depending, maybe because the creek probably goes, yeah. There's Crooked Creek as well. There's a lot of creeks back here. Which is crazy because either way, what? There's a road here.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't look like a road that's used often. It's like a dirt road, but
can you do the like little person view?
Come on.
I
Or it
can't
won't
on
let
that
you?
road. Yeah, no, because it's not a main road. But this actually, so okay, so that makes sense because the Cornerstone Church, that's where they were assembled. Behind it, right here, is Crooked Creek. Crooked Creek, Charles Creek, Crooked Creek. So it probably was back here. Here's the house that he went missing at. Here's the church, and here's the creeks.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what that person was talking about, the 7,000 mark.
So, so 7,000 would be Crooked Creek. It was okay. So yeah, that's about 2 miles.
Okay, so
Walking and driving?
in behind the house there is a road
No,
that
I'm
goes back in those
measuring.
woods.
Yeah,
Okay, so you see that would be the red line of where if you drove that, it might be 2 miles back in there. If you
well,
look
I'm
if you look,
measuring so
yeah.
I can see how many miles it is.
Okay, do you see that in that open field area?
Yeah,
That brown spot in the middle of that little X is water.
yeah, that's a pond though. He was found in like a creek.
Okay. Well, going off of what I was told in pressers and everything, about a half a mile behind the house, that's where that's at. So I was thinking that might be what they were talking about, body of water. And then in his presser this morning, he did say creek. So that blew me completely out of what I was thinking.
Yeah, Crooked Creek sounds like it would be it because like the house is here. Wait, the house is here. And if you go back here, like here's all the creeks back in here, and that's more towards a couple miles away.
Gotcha.
So he was close. I mean, he was pretty close to other houses too, which is so unfortunate.
Okay, well, I just, that's something that someone down in your chat said that I had the coordinates. No, I didn't have the coordinates, but going off of what I'd heard in the pressers, I was trying to search it out last night. And that's a body of water right there I found within a half a mile of the house behind it.
I wish there was a better view of that area. Like, I know we can't walk it, but it just sucks.
Thank you,
I
ladies.
know.
Thank you, Pappy.
Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't even show the creek, but it goes far. I mean, it goes even. So Harmony Baptist Church is the 7,000 is across the street. But if we're thinking in the back, then it's like here. Right here in this area. I don't, oh, yeah, like this is the creek. So this is John Boley. He was 4 years old. He went missing at his father's house. His father had him 5 days a week, was missing at his father's house. Him and his brother allegedly were playing outside, his 6-year-old brother. Him and the dog wandered off. Yeah, it's the one with the dog. Yep. 5 days a year. Did I say something different? Sorry. Yes, I don't know what I said. Sorry. It's been a long day already. 5 days a year. And he was found in a creek. They said half. I said a week. Sorry. They said half in, half out. Like, do you think the dog tried to save him?
That's what isn't clear for me. Like, all right, if this happened at night, overnight, like, okay, maybe he didn't see it and he kind of went in, not all the way, but like, even that scenario doesn't make sense for me.
All I can think of is that the dog tried to get him out. The dog tried to pull him out. What did we hear about the dog? I heard people in the comments saying something about the mom took the dog to the vet and he was in bad shape.
I know that she's taken him home. I don't know further.
She is. Oh,
Yeah.
that's amazing. Yeah, large amounts of rain prior on Friday, but I thought that when we talked to a local person, they were like, it's just starting to rain now.
I thought it was overnight.
Took Buck to the vet to be checked out and then was taken Buck home with her. Also, so do we think, I mean, so then I'm assuming that they're going to try to bury John in Florida, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming.
The bingy things inside the house were enough to level a house, is what they said. They didn't specify what they were. And they asked why he would have it. And he's like, I don't really care. Like, he didn't really care. Why would you have that in your house? So are we still thinking MLab or what?
I think regardless, dad's at fault. He should have never had, like, the way they described it was like dad didn't care. He knew the dangers of what he was doing, but he didn't care. I mean, regardless, to me, Smith or, BO, whatever, it's still an issue. But it's 2 charges of endangerment are specific to Smith. So he's definitely into that stuff. It wasn't, products to make Smith. It said specifically 2 charges of felony endangerment with methamphetamine.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I just can't agree to anyone blaming the law enforcement officer. And that really just irritates me because they did everything they could along with the volunteers to help.
Yeah, they did keep us very much informed too, as well. I mean, they had a command post. They had, I mean, when we look at these missing persons and we're like, I mean, Rebecca Park, they didn't look for her. Like I think the last 4, they were very on their toes for this one.
Yeah, and we're very clear when we talk about when they do a bad job. Like with Camilla, they kind of gave us weird answers. Everything was all over the place. They were very clear here.
There's no cause of death as of yet, but there was no trauma, is what they said. No trauma or abuse. So they're still waiting for COD. Is it common for a parent to get 5 days a year? I don't think so at all. I think even if a parent lives in a different state, there's like summer vacation, Easter break, like they get them for more than that. But there also was a history of DV in that relationship as well. So,
Yeah, I can't find anything about the 5 days. Did you find, like, there's nothing documented that says 5 days aside from, I think, the FB posts. Like, there's no custody agreement that says 5 days.
right.
But it seems like this dad had issues. Like in 2021 is when the DV was reported, right? And then 23, the protection order was dropped because he agreed to the divorce. But also in 21, he had a DUI.
This is the house, right? Right here with the big pond. Or am I? No, it's this one.
Yeah.
I wonder what this is. Shed?
Yeah. Remember that Zillow when we looked? They had those
Yeah.
random things on there.
It just looks, I mean, I don't know how far away that is from the house.
Oh, yeah, huh?
So it's 0.07 miles. So yeah, I mean, on Google Earth, I think it looks a lot further than what it really is.
See, I think the opposite with these images. Like, I think we see things like way closer than they really are. Like here, 20 acres looks tiny when really it's, far.
Well, from here to this shed, that looks pretty far, is 0.07 of a mile. That's not really too much.
Hey, Miss Smith.
Hey, so about the 5 days, that could have been used in a leverage thing to get rid of the protection order. And it could be like her knowing that she was moving down to Florida and then being like, well, I'm already going to be able to see my family for Christmas, so I agree to these 5 days. You know what I mean? So there was probably some willing and dealing to keep things um, the way that she wanted it because of the DV. I've seen that happen before. That's the only reason I came up here is to tell y'all that.
Did you watch the presser?
Yeah, it's super sad. And okay, so I showed y'all the other day, because we've got a creek and some of it can, like, he could have slid down and bumped his head. You know what I mean? Because y'all saw how deep. Well, that was my pond that y'all saw, but the creeks can be, slanted down and it hadn't rained except I think the day they found him. So that dirt could have been dry and he could have slipped on some rocks going down to the creek or not even have seen it and fallen and hitting his head maybe.
The water was 4 foot deep though, so I don't think it was just there.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird. Is that even considered a creek with it being that deep?
That's what I want to find. Like, I know here we have like a DEM database that shows like registered creeks. Like, did he specifically say creek?
I'm pretty sure I heard him say creek.
Yeah, he said creek.
But that's pretty deep. I mean, our creek is never that high unless we're getting like it's pouring down rain. And then it recedes pretty quickly. But a creek is supposed to be something like you can walk through that's like ankle deep, maybe knee deep.
We already watched Suppressor 3 times, so we will in just a little bit. But if you'd like to, you can watch it on WBRC, I think it is.
And I'm like a little over an hour north of that. So I know it rained the day that they found him here, and I'm pretty sure it rained there, but it could have rained there the day before as well. Yeah, it was cold at night.
I know, I can't, and it never usually gets that cold, correct?
Yeah, this year's been weird, but like the highs this week are in the 70s. So it keeps flip flopping back and forth of what the weather wants to do.
You can tell Heather's back, my likes are going up. Dad was cooperative in the beginning, and then he was arrested, but they said in a presser that he was cooperative. He was cooperating, so.
I'm worried, or I'm curious about the terrain and like I guess the what's it called? Like the bushes, the trees over there. Like it just doesn't seem like an area a kid would be drawn to, if it's what people are saying.
I think he was following the dog. That's, in my
Okay.
honest opinion, I think it was complete neglect, but I don't think that it was like the dad did something to him and then placed him there. I think it was
No,
complete neglect, and that the dog ran off, and he was trying to run after the dog, and by the time he looked back, he couldn't find him.
I agree.
He
I
couldn't.
definitely think, though, if the dad was fully aware of what was happening and took action immediately, he would have found that kid.
Yeah, and who, a 6-year-old, who's to say that he didn't like run to try to like see where he was, and then, how far was he before he could even get back to the house? Because 6-year-olds, they don't know. They're not responsible enough to be like, yeah. I mean, I know
Yeah.
that he did inform his father, but
But a day of walking is different than like a few hours. I feel like if you just spent an hour looking, you'd know.
correct. His charges are not unaliving. His charges are um, pretty much math rugs, and boom booms. If you can,
Now, I hate to say this, but do you think the reason that the cameras, the drones couldn't find his body heat was because he was fully submerged into the water and then the dog tried to pull him out?
I think the dog tried to pull him out. I still don't. I mean, 2 miles. How long do you think it took him to get the 2 miles, Miss Smith?
You would think it would take a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, let me see.
so the 31st he went missing, 11:30 a.m. The second he was found. So pretty much 3 full days.
It says the average for a child to walk 2 miles is 40 to 50 minutes.
Wow.
In this type of terrain,
No, I just put 2 miles in a child.
I mean, I don't know if it was like real like terrain though.
some of the
And
people
that was
were
just to give
saying,
like a idea.
I wish we could. Okay, so here we can see from here. Well, I mean, like, it's just a wooded area. Definitely. How far can I get back? This far? Yeah, it's as far as it's gonna let me go. Just seems like woods.
they were saying parts of it were like very like prickly high bushes.
Is it oh yeah, for sure. I believe that. I wish we could. There's no. Oh shoot, we can see a creek.
Where's this road?
Hold on, I'll tell you. This is this is the where they were assembled, the church that they were assembled. This is Charles Creek right here. So, like, if we just go Barks Lane. But this way, there's like no roads that I can see. Like what kind of terrain? I don't know where I'm at now. Seems like there's a lot of creeks. Or Crooked Creek, Charles Creek, Blackwater Creek. It's like there's a lot of creeks. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of Nazaya for sure. So a volunteer came up and talked on Minds panel.
No, they were talking about where he was found. I guess they were involved and they said that 7,000 number and Mind of Monsters. I don't know if you're still here, but she had brought up the map and we were having trouble locating because it seemed like, from what they explained, it was through the main road. I have no idea now because what you're showing makes more sense than what we were looking at. What was the creek they said he was found? The name, is there one?
Did they say a creek?
I thought we saw it in here. Something creek.
Yeah, Crooked Creek. The one that I was showing you.
I'm pulling up Crooked Creek an hour away. That can't be right.
Yeah, Crooked Creek is. I wish it would show. Yeah, they said 2 miles away. So this is where the church was that they were assembled at. This is Charles Creek, Far Crooked Creek, Crooked Creek, Crooked Creek. So Crooked Creek goes all the way down. This is the back of the house right here. So a house, Charles Creek, Crooked Creek, Crooked Creek, Crooked Creek. So it like fouls all the way down. They said 2 miles drive, 1 mile crows flying. I was trying to tell K Snaps that. I don't know what you're saying.
I think that's what they got out of the press, sir, but I don't remember him saying that.
I just don't know if he would say pond if it was a creek. Like, why would he? This is about Jonathan, yeah. There's only there's not many bodies of water. Murder.
Hey, well, what he was saying, like, I think where they're getting pond from is he said that something caused a blockage to make it pond up to be 4 feet, but it is a creek.
Okay.
Do you know the name of the creek?
He didn't say the name, but I know that he said it was on the other side of the street.
See, so that's where we're getting confused. You're behind the house now, right, Kelly?
Yep. So the only creek that's on this side is Strip Creek. Strip Pit Creek is the only one on this side that I see.
And how far is that? Because it's 2 miles away.
So, here's the house. There's Spring Creek too. Spring Creek is 1.5 miles.
On the other side?
So this is like, yeah, it's on the other side, 1.82 miles from the house.
That could be.
So it's probably Spring Creek.
I'm looking to see because I didn't hear him say a name of the creek, but in the comments they're saying that they did, but I don't remember them saying that. I just remember him saying that it looked like something was blocking it, which was the how it was able to be 4 feet, but that he was half in, but he would not use the word that he drowned or anything like that.
Yeah, not till it's almost directly behind the house is what mine's saying, LS.
Yeah, no, the
Almost
person
directly
said
behind the house.
7,000.
And 7,000 is on the
The
other
other
side.
side.
And the presser, he said, across the street?
He was talking about across the street. I'm reading the article that covered it.
We can watch it again. People have been asking anyway. Let's watch it again.
7,195.
7,195.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
everyone's saying that across
Yeah,
the
that's
street.
what we were just at. So 7,000 is on the other side of the house or other side of the street. So when he went beyond the tree line, like the kid said, yeah, he was talking about possible boom booms across the street. I didn't hear him say the creek was behind or across the street.
I could have sworn they said it was. Do you have the like the one that they did right afterwards? Did he say it? Because they said that possibly that's when he was talking about the creek. Because it's wherever they, I believe they found him where they were showing that day. But he does. Oh, I remember what he said in the presser. If you listen to the one he just did, he talks about where the searchers that found him were covering, and that's where they found him.
I'm Sheriff Nick Smith. I just want to provide an update on the Jonathan Bowley case that took place on New Year's Eve. So where we're at is on Wednesday, December 31st at around 12:28 p.m. War County
Tap the
Sheriff's
dang
Department
screen,
received a
would
call about a missing 4-year-old child. Deputies arrived on the scene along with RPS and cleared the residence around 1:02. Once they made sure that the child wasn't in the house, we immediately called for air support from Aaliyah. State K-9s were there as well to start the searching process. At approximately 12:55 on Friday, January the 2nd, Jonathan, which was known as John, was recovered at the scene by a search group that was volunteering. They were in their assigned grid when John was recovered partially in a body of water. Once John and Buck was found, I requested the assistance of the FBI and SBI to work alongside our deputies to work the scene. They spent Friday, most of the day Saturday, processing and working the scene. They vacated the command post at Cornerstone Church, and I want to thank Cornerstone Church for allowing us to use their facilities last week. Sunday, they worked out of their respective field offices to follow up and put everything that we've worked on thus far together. This morning, Sergeant Pugh, SBI, and federal agents were present for an autopsy this morning. We do not have an official cause of death, but we can rule out that there was no signs of trauma or assault type injuries. Anything official will be pending further testing. We're committed to being transparent as possible as we can during this entire process. Kind of to talk about the father, Jamison Kyle Bowley, and the charges that he had that stems from this investigation was on December 31st, Jamison Kyle Bowley was arrested and charged with unlawful manufacture of a destructive device, which is a Class B felony. He was also charged with chemical endangerment of a child on 2 counts, which are Class C felonies. These charges are separate and totally separate from missing John John. And also I want to say that, Mr. Bowley is presumed innocent until proven guilty. But these charges doesn't mean that he is guilty until he's proven guilty. Once the investigation is complete and we have an official cause of death, everything will be compiled and we will give it to the district attorney for review. Does anybody have any questions?
Why is the father in Blunt County?
We moved in Blunt County anytime. It's not uncommon for sheriffs across the state when they have high profile cases and things of that nature to send the individual out of county or to another facility. We have several inmates that are Walker County inmates that are in different county jails throughout the state that are being housed just to keep people separated and so forth. We have several inmates that are from other counties as well, so we kind of switch and swap just to kind of keep high-profile cases separated from their home county.
In terms of the autopsy, still the results are not in, but would it be safe to assume that there's a possibility of things like that the boy fell off of a ridge or fell off into some water or something like that?
Obviously I don't want to speculate on what the cause of death may or may not be. All I can say is that from what was done this morning, that we can rule out the fact that there was no trauma and there was no assault type injuries, and anything else would require further testing.
Do you know how long he had been deceased?
They did not provide that this morning in the initial conversation. They just got through concluding.
On Friday, you called for privacy for the family. Since then, there's been a lot of chatter on Facebook, maybe even potential misinformation. What's your message to the community right now?
First off, I want to say that I'm very proud of Walker County. I'm very proud of the people who came out and showed this family support. I've seen high school kids come out. I've seen grandpas and grandmas come out. I just ask that you show the family respect.
And you mentioned he was partially in a body of water. Can you kind of describe what type of body of water that was?
It was, I guess the best way to describe it is kind of a creek. But it pulled up to, there was an area that was pulled up. Not sure whenever he was in it, at what level it was in, because obviously Friday we experienced rain. But Saturday morning when we measured it, it was around 4 foot deep.
Was it a volunteer type team that encountered them, or was it a professional law enforcement?
So, obviously we had law enforcement, we had hundreds of volunteers come out. So EMA did a fantastic job of mapping out everybody's search patterns and grid patterns. So this was a volunteer group of pure volunteers that were assigned a certain section to search, and during their search, they recovered John.
And you mentioned that the dog was found with him alive. Was the dog just hanging around that area, or can you describe?
One of the volunteers I spoke to said they saw the dog first, and the dog kind of led them back to where John was.
In regards to the father, can you specify what types of drugs were found in the home?
Methamphetamine.
And then, as far as the dog and all, do you think the dog stayed with the child? Is that the expectation? Or maybe led him that far away because he wasn't coming along?
It appears that way, that the dog was with him the whole time.
When was the boy found, as far as 1 o'clock, 1:30?
It was at 12:55 is what EMA reported this morning, that the volunteer group found it on January the 2nd.
What would the volunteer group, you got a hold of the volunteers, obviously going to look for him, but not probably expecting to see what they saw. How are they dealing with it?
I spoke with them shortly in a room. They were shook up. Obviously, you come out to do a good deed, and when you get there, you may have thought that you have fully prepared yourself for what you might come across, and obviously they were shooken up. I think they had to call paramedics to one female searcher who was having a panic attack. So obviously, keep them in your prayers.
How are investigators doing?
They're good. Like I said, there's two guys, Sergeant Pugh and Captain Legg. I can't commend them enough for the work that they've done. I'm not sure that they ever went home until John was found.
How are you doing?
It's a challenge. Like I said, I've never been through anything like this, and I hope that, that no family has to go through anything like this. But if you do, I think that one thing that we have to be proud of Walker County, and the fact that that's where I'm proud of, is because of the support that they showed this family. And I hope that support don't stop. I hope that support continues in the days to come. It doesn't just stop just because John was found.
Strange question. How was the father informed? He didn't just watch a stream or anything like that?
No, we took him to Blount County. I arranged with the sheriff of Blount County to let the family go and make that notification in person.
And he moving to Blount County, is that for his safety?
It's just general, just to keep him separated from the county and people he may know here in the jail.
And I know that you guys had thermal imaging, around the clock essentially. Some people are asking how possibly the dog was missed on thermal imaging. Can you explain that?
I can't really explain that because that's not my area of expertise. We called out every resource that we had available. We had multiple aviation divisions from Jefferson County, Aaliyah, Coleman City. We had drone operators from several search and rescue groups. I can't answer that question.
It's early, but have you learned any lessons in this investigation in terms of how to do this type of search better down the road?
Obviously, I think once we get all of our information back, when we get to review everything and get to really sit down and think, we can, you're always going to find things that you can do better. There's no doubt about that. But obviously, as well, this presented challenges. Where we're at, and the lifestyle that was taking place in the home with explosive devices and things of that nature, obviously created challenges that we, wouldn't necessarily ready to see. And so it was much more than just blazing through the woods looking for a child. It presented challenges.
How long was the delay because of that finding explosive?
The delay with search was delayed around the residence. There's a lot of misinformation out there. The delay was not delayed for a search that other than the immediate area of the house. Now, the following day, once you got across the road, several volunteers were reporting and mapping that they thought they had found some type of explosive devices. So obviously we had to delay searches in that particular area, which was across the street, until the bomb techs for the FBI could finish clearing the house and then make their way to assess those potential hazards, which they were cleared to not be explosive material.
And do you know the devices that you found? Pipe bombs, how would you describe them? Fireworks?
They wasn't fireworks, let's just put it that way. I'm not an expert when it comes to bombs and explosives, but the people who are experts said there was enough to level the entire house.
I know y'all got the call on Wednesday. Do you know how long they were missing prior to y'all getting notified?
Sorry, you repeat that again?
Yeah, I know y'all got the call on Wednesday. Do you know how long he was missing prior to y'all getting that notification?
There was a delay. Obviously, we weren't called as immediately as he went missing. If I'm taking the information that I have at face value, I'm sure that he did like any parent would do. You'd spend 30 minutes, an hour or so trying to find your child. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that that's what happened, that he was trying to find him on his own. But obviously, one thing back to Ed's question is, in situations like that, because the father was doing his own search and things in the woods, which obviously doesn't help the tracking of, using canines and trying to track. track the child once, we got notified.
The explosions that the neighbors have heard for several weeks on end, have we been able to tie those explosions with the father in terms of the material that he had?
We have not.
With as many agencies that were involved, the chaplains of organizing the search.
I agree, Bonnie.
Who led the search and organizing?
So obviously, I contacted, as soon as we got on the scene, we contacted the FBI state, got everybody in, contacted
no signs.
Regina with EMA. She came out, she did her thing, and got as many resources, fire departments and things as we could. She set up the incident command center at the church, and then we just started working and kind of rolling from there, for organizing everything, organizing everybody in searches and where they needed to go.
Can you speak to how much she did? Because her name has come up several times today about how much she did in terms of.
Yeah, listen, I can't thank Regina enough for the job that she did helping organize. It's one less thing that I had to worry about because I knew that she was doing a good job.
Do we know what the father's intentions were with the explosives? Was that like a hobby, or do you have any idea?
I don't think he had told, at one point he had told an investigator that he knew that what he was handling and stuff was dangerous, but he didn't, he just was at the point where he didn't care anymore.
He had a military background, right?
Yes.
What type of explosives?
I don't know the name of them. I don't want to misquote it or misstate it.
Were they just one type of explosive, or were they several different types?
I don't know the answer to that. Any other questions? All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
No COD yet. So they didn't really specify what.
It makes me wonder that it's not like a creek that you can find on the map, because he said that you can, you can call it a creek.
Right. They did find RJ's body. Does yours have the new layout yet? Schmurder? The live?
I think so. I was trying to figure out how to do the dual camera earlier, and I was going through all these settings, but I saw the layout that you had with them both on the side.
Well, it's changed where you swap your thing. Thank you, Grandma. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I saw that.
Update, no cause of D yet. No signs of trauma. Partially in water is how they said they found him. I feel so bad for the people who found him. That's so sad. No date, time of death either yet. So sad. I know, poor Buck. Lilia, where did you hear that the mom was taking Buck home? Where was that at?
The group, the FB group. I think it was the aunt that posted it to clear up misinformation.
I was just looking. Hey, K-Snaps for president. I was just looking on the Facebook group. I didn't see anything.
They are starting to do the funeral preparations. He's going to be buried in Alabama, from what they were saying, and then they're going to do a service, hopefully in Florida too.
I wonder why Alabama. Is that because she's from there?
I believe so. It says that his funeral is expected to take place in Alabama, and then leaders of the church that she's with are talking about holding like a local memorial service once the mom returns to Florida. So
Sarah
that's where the
Grace,
mom's from.
Sarah Grace's oh yeah, DJ Snaps. Did you see Sarah Grace Patrick's got moved to August, literally hours before I was about to start?
No, I literally came on and there was a presser for this one, so we were watching that. I thought I saw something on Sarah
Who's
Grace.
that? Hey, you guys.
Shut up. You're such a butt. And I was trying to figure out how to do a damn group, and that was hard, so he's been helping me with that.
Hey, guys.
Did it say why it's getting moved? Is it because they requested a change of venue?
No, that got denied already.
Yeah, I don't know. She's been wanting to delay and prolong this, so she got her wish. I don't know the reason though.
Oh, they needed more time to review the preliminary report on the neuropsychological evaluation that was conducted.
Mm. Um,
August 3rd. That's so fucking far. It's like a whole lifetime away.
yeah, I was looking at the Facebook.
Hey, Southern Bombshell.
Southern Bombshell. Doesn't Kimmy go to court on Wednesday? Ashmer's the one that knows all the court dates.
Kimmy's I don't have because they took it off the website and then they kept postponing it. But I know Courtney and Brad go to court on the 13th. But Kimmy's kept being removed, and from what I was reading, they didn't have a rescheduled date yet. So if she does go tomorrow, that'd be interesting. I know my little planner's so cute. I know Ashley goes to court on Wednesday, and so does Nick Reiner.
Ashley Buzzard.
Yes, she goes
You
to
know who
court.
hasn't been around lately? Who?
Who?
I was asking her who. She said, you know who hasn't been around lately? Dude, no way, Danielle. Daniel, no way. No, so many court dates, so little time.
No, I don't think they were dropped. I think they're trying to like protect her in a way.
What's the aunt's name? Do you know?
I can check when I get home in a few minutes. I think she's a mod or an admin on that page.
Does Vicky sound familiar?
I don't think so. No, no, I don't know.
Ashley's is on the 7th, Butterfly. Ashley and Nick Reiner, they both go to court the same day. And then Courtney and Brad's on the 13th.
I wonder how tired my kid didn't sleep a wink last night. Okay. I wonder how tired he is getting off the bus. I heard his bus pull away.
Honestly, like today was rough getting up.
Same. Oh my gosh.
I kept snoozing my alarm, and then I sat there. I was
Caitlin
like,
Gray. Sorry, that's the sister, the aunt.
Caitlin Gray, thank you. I kept waking up thinking I was on live. I swear, I was like, I kept grabbing my phone, like, I'll be right there, guys. I was like, what's going on with me right now?
Kelly. No, I just kept like I looked at my alarm. I was like, if I straighten my hair instead of curling it, I can sleep in an extra 15 minutes. If I do this instead of doing that, I can sleep in. So I didn't wake up till 7:30. My first call was at 8. And then I realized I also didn't blend my makeup, but I don't care. Oh, now I have to go yell at someone.
Are there a couple different Facebook groups? I know, I really was dreaming of you guys.
I could never find the Facebook group for this case, and I don't know why, but I kept trying to look for it and it never worked for me. They just archived the Rebecca Park one. Oh my god, you have to go yell at someone.
I'll be right back. I just gotta do the mom thing of like, how was your day? He's like, can I sleep for an hour? That is it. Did you see the Naziah Harris that I was covering last night? Thank you for the heart memes. Oh my gosh. My kids struggle. This morning I woke up, he was all dressed and he was ready to go, and I was like, I'm yelling at someone, I'll be back. He was all dressed and ready to go, and I was like, oh wow, like this is a lot easier than I thought it was gonna be. And so he had we have a white cat, so a long-haired white cat. So he had on a black sweatshirt that he had just gotten for Christmas and had white cat hair over. And I'm like, did you sleep with this on? And he was like, I didn't sleep. I was like, okay. You're gonna have a great day today. Good afternoon, Spicy. Thank you. Appreciate that. I do have two different colored eyes. Yeah, and Isaiah Harris. So that was crazy last night. Thank you. It's so long. It's down to here. Yeah, I thought I was on live last night. I kept waking up like, I'll be right there, guys. I was like, what is going on? We getting you married? Yeah. I kind of don't want to get married though. Scares me. I did Buffalo Bills. The Drippy Bills. Did you guys watch football last night? Pretty boring game, I'll be honest, but I do love you guys. We don't get much of the snowstorm. I'm more like towards Pennsylvania. I'm like 2 hours from Buffalo. Oh my gosh, I didn't stay up well, no, I came live for the Steelers Ravens game. But they lost by like what? It was like a field goal that they wide right? Oh my gosh. I can't say I'm embarrassed because we've done that too in the Super Bowl, so. Thought they were gonna win. Yeah, that was super intense. I did when I woke up this morning because I'm all about football. I love football. By 1 point. That is by 2 because it was like what, 26-28. 2 points would have tied it. And then wide right, bro. 24-26. I know it was by 2 points. Crazy. Naziah. So Naziah Harris, 13 years old. Such a sad part. 13 years old, was being essayed by her aunt's boyfriend, who was her cousin's father. So yeah, definitely a trigger warning. Okay, so Naziah's 13 years old, lives with her grandmother. Her aunt on her sister's side, so her mother's sister, had kids with this guy, Jarvis Butts is his last name. 42 years old he is right now. Gets her pregnant, is doing web searches about how to do an at-home get rid of the child. AB. Yeah, it's bad. She goes to school. She does take the antifreeze. He gives her antifreeze. She was like doubled over in pain at school, but that was like a week before she went missing. So then she gets on the bus, she goes to school, she gets off the bus, and she's like nowhere to be found. And her body still hasn't been found, but they are charging, yes, 13 years old. They are charging Jarvis Butts, who actually his trial starts next month. The Naziah Harris case. It is awful. It is so bad. So not only that, but Jarvis Butts was a PDF from before this. So he PDF'd his own children. His own children. It is such a bad case. So yeah, his children were like 8 and 4, I think that they were when he did that to his children. We listened to what they did for text messages back and forth between them. Oh, the wife, she was on the stand and was pretty much like, I'm not sure, like, I wasn't sure if I believed it. The aunt had said, well, they gave him another chance in society, so I need to give him another chance too. Like, it was bad. And guess what state it is in? Guess in the comments what state we're talking about right now. Guaranteed the first comment is going to get it. Michigan. Fucking Michigan. So disgusting. Yeah, it's bad. It's really, really bad. The text messages between them. We watched the prelim last night up until 10:30, and the text messages going back and forth were like, it's not Wexford, it's Detroit. But we listened to the text messages between both of them last night, and it was disgusting. Like, he was like, meet me in the basement with no underwear on, but didn't call it underwear, used another name for it. Like, you're gonna S my D. Like, it was so bad. It was so bad. Yeah. Yeah. Like, I had to fast forward. They were doing text messages. They told all the text messages during the prelim, and I had to literally, like, I was like, I cannot listen to this anymore. Like, we have got to go. So the grandmother, okay, get this, even crazier, right? The grandmother who has custody, she goes missing on January 9th. She doesn't say anything until the next day, goes to the school and says, yeah, I think she ran away. And so allegedly the school was supposed to go and inform the police that she had ran away, but they didn't inform any police. So not until 30 days later did they go and look for her, right? And report her missing. 30 days later, all of the camera footage is already rewritten. So yeah, oh my God. This is like the new, we're covering this. We're definitely covering this. Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad. I still have where we stopped yesterday. If you guys want to see so do you guys want to see the grandma? We'll do that. Because the text messages, I don't know if I can do another text message of the. And this is, by the way, I'm not a lawyer, but that is playing this. If you are not following her, you need to, because I strive to be this woman one day. Her name is Neziah Harris. NA_ZIYAH Harris. But my God, it's insane. Okay, we'll watch this. We'll watch the first part, and then like when the detective comes on, we'll watch the first part and then we'll talk about it, and then we'll go. Even the aunt comes up and speaks. So you guys want to see this? Make sure you tap the dang screen, because let me put on dual camera. Oh, I can't do dual while she's up here.
You can drop me if you need me.
Okay, I'll drop you just while we're doing this, and then.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Neziah Harris?
Yes.
And who is Neziah to you?
My granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Neziah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And back in January of 2024, did Neziah live with you?
Yes.
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
How long had Neziah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Let me know how the volume is too.
Yeah, basically, ever since I had.
Tap the screen too, please.
Since 2016?
Well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford house?
Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house, and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay.
This is Neziah Harris. This is the prelim.
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon.
And who is Shannon?
My daughter.
And what's her last name?
Harris.
And she lived with you and Isaiah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
At the first Bedford location,
Okay.
yes.
At that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Isaiah lived there?
This is Isaiah's grandma who had custody.
Grandson and my other grandchildren.
Oh, so how many kids total in that house?
It's okay, Grandma. You can take a break. I'm not a bully for likes.
Should have been 6.
It just helps with the algorithm.
Well,
living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend most majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was Isaiah at that time?
January 24, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically Isaiah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we load them up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Isaiah? You can drop her off at JD?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way.
Yes, they do.
Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Oh my gosh, this is so
You need to stand up
embarrassing.
and look around.
I don't see them.
Do you need glasses?
Yeah, my daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to get her glasses?
Yes.
There he is.
Mind you, that's him with that mask on and his head down. Show your face, sir.
Oh, it gets worse. Wait, it gets so bad.
Let's identify Jarvis Butts in the defendant. And you can just stand up and take another look.
Okay. Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the court today? Could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Like, how does she even see the
For the record, please
prosecutor?
identify Jarvis Butts in the defendant in this matter. And you may approach the witness again, Judge.
Yeah.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as equals 9.
So he was right there
And
with
Ms.
the
Harris, you
mask
recognize
on.
the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
How many kids do they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did.
He's 41 right now.
Let me just make this clear in case somebody has joined and wasn't here from the beginning. This is the case of Naziah Harris out of Detroit. This is pretrial. The trial for this has not started. So everything that's being reported on right now is from this most recent pretrial hearing that just ended last week. It started before the end of 24. I forget what year we're in. But it's pretrial. And just for context, if you haven't watched my recap, pretrial hearing is for the judge to hear the evidence and determine if there's enough of it for this trial to go, for the case to go to trial. There's enough probable cause that this should go before a jury. That's the whole point of this. So we're not even at the trial. This is what the prosecutors are presenting. I'm sure when trial comes, they'll have even more. Okay, so this is pretrial. This is not
a
the
trial
actual trial
we
for
will
him
be
yet. We're not
watching
even there
too.
yet.
We'll be watching this trial. For sure.
He would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car, and they would sit and talk or whatever. But he would very rarely come to my house.
And during that time, when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Naziah that you saw?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Naziah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a two-piece set.
And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did you have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime. When I bought it, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to the gym.
Oh. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No, it was fairly good. Like, kind of like steel new, but she took pretty
Yeah,
good.
the bodies. They still haven't found the body.
Yes.
Doesn't help that they didn't get they had a 30-day
We're approaching with people's proposed Exhibit 12.
period
Ms.
where
Harris, do
she
you
wasn't.
recognize what I just handed you?
Yes,
And is that a picture of Naziah?
yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Move to admit people's proposed 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
Would you admit as people's exhibit 12?
He also has two lawyers.
And when you dropped Naziah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Before they go into the school routine, I just want to show you the picture that he just showed her.
This is I'm not a lawyer, but she's great.
The day Naziah went missing, she took a picture in school, and that picture has actually helped, I think, to solidify what she was wearing before she went missing. So I'm just going to pull it up so you can see it. Hold on one second. Just so we can all see before we let them finish. So you can see she's obviously still in school. This is from Fox 2. But you see she has this black kind of zip up. She has this white, looks like the turtleneck. I think that these are headphones. I don't know if you can see that, but like this line here seems like it's head, and then you see here the cord. So it seems like there's also these headphones. So anyway, that's the picture that she showed her, and the grandmother just said that's what she, the picture she took the day she went missing. Go back to it.
I want to learn how to do that.
Okay, well, school is over. The bell rings at 2:40. Naziah was due to come home. And normally when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
Jackie?
And with that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The Naziah would be walking in through the door maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home? Was I not coming home?
Yeah. When I picked my children up from the after school program, I went in and my daughter said,
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay,
just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
Yes, Shannon said she was not there.
Oh. When you got home that day on the 9th, wasn't Zion there?
No.
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
Yes, I did. Yes,
and when did you do that?
That morning when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off at school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the DPS police came in.
Just so we're following, because I did not include this in my video. I didn't point this out, even though I thought about it. She goes missing, okay, on January 9th. She's expected home around 3 p.m. January 9th. Isaiah doesn't come home. Grandma doesn't notify the police until the morning of January 10th, the following day. A 12-year-old doesn't come home. And grandma tells the police the next morning.
Wasn't even the police.
Just so we're clear. And you all heard that.
Was not even the police. It was the school RSO. So the school.
And you said DPS. Is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah.
SRO.
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
Yes, I did.
And was that at J.D. Clark, basically, at that location?
Yes.
And you said that morning. Are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Was Naziah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. I mean, there were times that she was sneaking on.
Research officer, yes.
Yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok, Facebook, anything like that?
SRO.
I tried. A lot of times, I would take her phone and stuff from her, so, to keep her from being on there,
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Naziah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard, after the 9th, any communication or seen Naziah?
Mm-hmm.
When, is that a no?
No.
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.D. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
Yes.
They have a moment?
Yes.
And yes, Yogi, thanks for pointing this out, because this is also a fact of this case that I didn't highlight in the recap. I know. She didn't wake up and say, my granddaughter's not here, let me dial 911. She tells the school police. And they have some kind of, Detroit Public School System has a police force, I guess, that investigates this. And I'm jumping ahead, but the school police end up having the case for a month before the police are notified.
A month.
You guys.
A month.
You guys. I need to be black and white right now, because what? A 12-year-old goes missing. You don't, and this is why I can't do lives, because I give too much emotion. But a 12-year-old goes missing. You don't do anything until the next day. And then when you do something, you tell the school police.
Yeah.
All right.
Wild.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
Okay. Do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there at 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Naziah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tootle, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her that ever since she was born.
Say Glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. Yeah, well, good.
Yeah. You said Tootle? Tootle. Mm-hmm.
Reporting her and thinking she's a runaway. Another thing that will come out is that the girl has no history of being a runaway. But yes, thank you for pointing that out.
Good morning.
Now, you are Naziah's maternal grandmother, right?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, correct?
Correct.
You said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah, should have been 16.
No one called.
Is her brother still around?
This case is really going to piss you off.
She is.
Okay, does she have a relationship with her?
No.
She doesn't have any type of relationship?
So I'm going to pause it here, because this is his piece of shit. I mean, not piece of shit. Everyone deserved a defense attorney besides Jarvis Butts. This is his one attorney. This is his other, Cheryl something. Hey, Amanda. this part, I'm just going to fast forward through this because I really don't give a shit what this defense lawyer has to say. But Jarvis Butt's baby mom, who is Naziah's aunt, comes up next. This is the aunt who was with the PDF and had children with the PDF.
If you have the live stream, if you send it to me, random or in my TikTok, please send me the live. I didn't know it's been that. Hey.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris.
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And
somebody asked about her age. 31.
In January.
It's going to piss you off. Bad. It's pissed me off all night last night.
But my mom resides with my mother.
With your mother? Okay. Who's your mom?
And then Harris.
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And do you have any children?
Yes.
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes.
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the color tag?
Yes.
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that you're wearing?
Green. Blue. Red. Green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect that this is identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, or something else?
Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
Okay. And Kenyatta's older?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any nieces or nephews?
Yes.
Do you know someone named Naziah Harris?
Yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece. I'm her aunt.
Okay. And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
And did you have any nicknames for Naziah?
Yes. We all call her Tuh.
And is that Tudda?
Yes.
And did Naziah ever know Jarvis through you?
Yes.
Okay. And when did Naziah and Jarvis first meet?
When she was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between Naziah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
Okay. You dumb bitch.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids? Or the kids will ask him to see their dad. And he will come pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's house.
Would Naziah ever be around?
All the kids would be around.
To your knowledge, would Naziah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship?
No.
Liar.
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren.
Yeah, 2 of his own
And
children.
the other location would be on Bradford and Connor.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Okay. Would you ever know Naziah to help Jarvis Butts at his shop?
Yes, he will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and Naziah come and work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding Naziah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Would you ever know Naziah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No.
Just pointing out her name, the child who is missing, she has not been found. Her body has not been found, but her name is Naziah. And Shannon has a daughter whose name is Janiyah. Just FYI, if that just confused you.
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
That's my 4th oldest birthday.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And was Jarvis there?
No.
Okay, and that would have been his son's birthday party?
Yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
The only time I would text Jarvis off a text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And does a 586-510-5161 sound familiar?
Yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
And what about a 586-842-4504?
That was the number before this number.
Before the 510 number?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
Correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Box?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for Desire?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
Text messages. That's how they found out about the essay. They have a bunch of text messages between Zanaya and Jarvis, and they're disgusting and very graphic. Michigan, yeah. Detroit, Michigan.
I'm going to show you.
She was just turned 12 when the text messages had started, and they were terrible right off from the jump.
Okay. Random man approach?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th of 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Butts?
No.
Okay. And do you know, I believe there's a phone number here that's highlighted. Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No.
Okay. And now I want to direct you to.
This is not the this is the child's aunt. It was her boyfriend, her child's father that
did you send
did
any of
this
these to Jarvis Butts?
Naziah.
No.
And she knew that he was a PDF. He's been charged with it before.
What about any messages from July 2nd, 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
No.
I agree, Joe. This is the pre-trial. His actual trial starts in February, though. So, next month. They offered him a plea deal, but he hasn't taken it. Her body has not been found still. You're welcome, baby.
What about messages from August 26th, 2023? Did you send any of those to Jarvis Butts? Sorry, August 26th.
Wait till after this part. You guys,
these aren't my messages.
You guys are gonna be so pissed. It's so dismal. If you garden, I would garden now. I would start gardening.
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that Naziah texted him to meet up on January 9th, 2024?
No.
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate Naziah on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him. He didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him, has he seen Tilla any whereabouts? And he said no Tilla, and you responded back.
I didn't hear what you said, the last part.
Last part, I had, I texted him. Well, at first I called him. He didn't answer. The second time, I sent him a message, still no Tilla. He replied back, oh, wow.
Okay. And
Yes.
And references. I'm showing there what's going to be proposed equals exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
The phone number is my old telephone number.
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, do these fairly accurately represent these two messages? 3, 4, 6 messages sent.
This is a pre-trial for Jarvis
January 9th,
Butts.
2024 through January 11th, 2024.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct.
Get ready to be pissed.
Okay. And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told them that there was still no tie-up.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he responded, oh, wow.
Correct.
Okay. And on January 11th, was Nizai still missing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
I think I just acted that if she's going to read from the text message, just admit it.
No,
this is Nizai Harris.
These fairly inaccurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Jarvis and his phone between, well, they start back earlier. Some from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024. These fairly inaccurately represent text messages between you and your phone.
A few people checking in and seeming confused. I started with the grandmother's testimony. We are now at the aunt's testimony of the girl's name is Nizaya Harris. She went missing on January 9th, 2024, a little over a year ago. Her body has never been found. But Shannon, this is the woman on the witness stand, the father of Shannon's 5 children, is charged with this little girl who was 12 and at 13 is when she went missing. Her murder. After we watch this, I have a podcast today, but after we watch, I'm going to go into the testimony of Jarvis's business partner, because that also is a very key part to this story. So, but if you're still confused, you should go watch my recap. I did a recap that'll give you enough context to understand what's going on.
To Mr. Butts and his phone?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to move to the admission of people's proposed exhibit 48.
I agree.
Thank you, Judge. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay. And did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes.
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed Nizaya for anything?
Oh, yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
Tilla said, do you still need her too?
Okay. And do you know what is that referring to?
It was Tilla had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them to clean up.
Okay. And that would be to clean up his shop?
Yes.
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st of 2024,
listen to this.
You sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And can you?
I just want y'all to pay attention here. The little girl goes missing January 9th, 2024. This is a text message that Shannon is now sending the father of her children. I think she just said on January 21st. Okay. Listen closely.
Read these last 3 messages.
These last 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or Tilla is on. Since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want. I'm good, period. It says, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay. So you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tana's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where
I really don't know what to believe.
The day of, Officer Gardner came to pick up Nazia's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
Without saying what?
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way to come pick up the tablet.
Okay. So
Sustained, as far as yours.
yeah, thank you, Judge. Continue.
So before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside Tilla's tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced from my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Buck's Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen 2 messages.
Okay. And what were the messages that you saw? Who were they between, first of all?
Nazia, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay. And what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States.
Checks for this hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves will be evidence. Were they of any? Were the messages of a sexual nature?
No.
Okay. And you said you saw 2 messages.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anything else?
It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. There wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
Okay.
This is
what did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Her aunt.
Well, when I seen those messages, I called him and Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said the 2 particular messages that states out in this picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably the children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
Okay. And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts, in that you see the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know what to believe anymore. When you saw messages that are fucking sick. Okay.
So, Karen, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Naziah that day?
I seen her that morning, correct.
Okay. And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat she had on.
And what was the coat that she had on?
She had on, it was a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
Mind you, for those that are coming in right now, this is Naziah Harris. She was 13 years old. She was essayed by this woman who is her aunt's baby dad, who she was with. And he is now charged with M of her. Yeah. It's not good. This is the pretrial. This happened 11 months ago, but his trial is next month, and we are completely invested. So buckle up, folks.
Yes.
Yeah, this is her aunt. So her uncle,
Let me show you.
Naziah's uncle, was essaying her.
Can you tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes.
And whose coat do you recognize that to be?
Naziah's.
Okay. Now, after you, when you saw it,
Uncle by
that
marriage,
morning,
yeah.
What did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing. I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And
this is the prelim.
Ever leave the house at any point that day?
No. I was at the house all that day.
And do you know what time Naziah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for
40
after school, and then on certain days she will come home.
80 years
The
they offered
days
him?
she will stay for after school is 6. And the days that she don't is at 3 o'clock.
This is in Michigan too.
And on January 9th,
Detroit,
do you know
Michigan.
if Messiah had the after school program?
Yes. At that time.
They have not found. They did find pieces of her clothing with red stuff and, I believe liquid from him, if you know what I mean. But they have not found the clothes that she was wearing or her body. Mind you, they did not, the grandmother had custody of her, okay? This woman's mom had custody of her. She was last seen January 9th, went to school, took a picture, came home on the bus, did not go back to the house, believed to be meeting up with Jarvis afterwards. Jarvis worked at it was like a little mom and pop auto place, like, change your oil, things like that. I'll show it to you. I have the address for it. Believed went to go there to be with him. He got her pregnant. So she was 13 years old and pregnant. He had looked up ways to have an at-home AB. Thank you, Courtney. With antifreeze. Okay. This was a week before she went missing. And then January 9th, she doesn't come home. Her grandmother, who has custody of her, doesn't call anybody, okay? Does not call anybody that night. The next morning goes to her school and says, I think she ran away. Reported it to a resource officer, is what they are, okay? A resource officer. She does not go to the police to say she's missing. So the actual police don't even know that she's missing until 30 days later. So by the 30 days later, the cameras are recorded over. There's no evidence. But he is going to trial for M. Jarvis had searched up how to do an at-home AB and gave her antifreeze, a little bit of antifreeze. There's text messages. I'll play a little bit of the text messages just so that you guys can get a little bit of a context after this of what this guy was sending to this just turned 12 years old when this first started. He also essayed his own children, okay? Was charged with essay. And this aunt, if you can call her it, this aunt, yeah, it's bad. It's trigger warning. I'll only play a little bit just so you can get the gist of like the conversation between these two. Yeah, it was on the news actually. I do too. I remember her walking because there's a video of her walking from the bus stop. But she gave him a second chance because they gave him a second chance at life. So why shouldn't he get a second chance with her? Had children with this guy. 5 children with this man. Okay? Disgusting. So I don't know. There's a lot of evidence. I mean, I don't know. He has over 28 children. A second chance to reoffend, literally.
Mom took her out of the after school program. So she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
And did you see Messiah come home?
83 witnesses.
And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
No.
Okay. Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
No.
Okay. Did you, when Messiah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did. When she didn't come home is When my mom went to go pick up the other two children from the after school program, they knocked on the door and they had asked a question and said,
A question isn't hearsay. She said. She has a question?
Yes.
Getting ready to say a question.
Yeah, I need
Okay,
to speak.
what was the question?
The two children had asked me.
This is in
Mom said,
Michigan.
did you
Again.
did Desire
Michigan.
come home?
Hearsay is mom said.
It's disgusting.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Desire came home?
So my mom was still in the car. I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me. Mom said, did Desire come home? I said no.
Happened in
And was Desire home at all?
January 9th, 2023 is when she went missing.
Did you do any sort of
So
looking for
she just had
Desire
a
that night?
15th birthday.
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Desire, heard from Desire and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom if she wanted me to call police. She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
2024? January 2024.
Just one second.
Wait. Oh yeah, because it is 2026 now. This case last night, so if I misspeak, let me know. If I have
If
anything.
someone you love goes missing, don't wait 24 hours to call the police, okay? Listen to me clearly. If someone you love goes missing, does not come home, can't be found, is not where they're supposed to, please do not wait until the next morning to find them. Okay? We clear on that?
Also, don't report it to a fucking school officer, okay? Who literally has no jurisdiction. Okay? Go to the police.
And did you know Desire to have a pair of red and black Nike shoes?
Yes.
And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
May I approach? Yes. And for the record, this is going to be from People's Post Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that my mom bought for her to the birthday.
Okay. Thank you.
Also, I pay attention to the judge's face throughout this whole trial. So as you're watching, if you ever get a second, just watch her take these notes and watch her face.
Back on the 9th.
This is a prelim too. It's not really a trial.
Your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. Did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my oldest sister.
Okay. Did you do anything on the 10th as it relates to trying to find
Jarvis Butts behind with
yes,
a mask on.
We went out, I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to the stores, passed out flyers, and everything that we need to do, like what was asked of us to do.
Okay. And
this was 11 months ago.
2024, have you seen Desire?
No.
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from Desire?
I'm just trying to get everybody up to speed.
Nothing further this time, Judge.
So, do we want to hear the defense rebuttal or do we want to hear the text messages? You tell me. The text. Defense, text, defense. Let's see how long it is. We'll play a little bit of the defenses. I haven't heard of this. Do both,
Sometimes you go to a
okay.
hotel to have sex with him?
Correct. Yes.
And that hotel was at Park Creston?
Or Short Point.
There was more than one.
Multiples, yes.
Okay. But one of them was the Park Crest? So yes.
Correct.
And it's in Harper Woods?
Of course.
On Harper?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm.
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls?
Yes.
And 3 are boys?
Correct.
2 girls that he
And
made.
in January of this time, January 2023,
Was
you were
it
living with your mother
was it these?
on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When
Was
did
it
you
these
leave Clinton
children
Township
that,
home
her
to
children that
Bedford?
he essayed, or was it his other children?
23.
I know he essayed at least 2 children.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids.
Correct.
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids.
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when Messiah was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at the house.
Correct.
And you were there during the day.
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that Messiah did not come home when she was expected to be home?
Well, I didn't realize it until I had got a question. By the other kids had asked that I have Naziah came home yet, or have I came home? And I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening. My mom picked them up 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home?
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after school program.
His first charge was in 05.
But it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had gotten in the car.
So when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to police that night?
No.
She ever not returned home previously?
No, this is her first time ever.
Yeah, Chaz.
Did she have
So
friends
crazy.
in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes.
And you said are those folks that you contacted to ask?
Yes.
You were just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being Naziah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that Naziah's wearing, correct?
Correct.
You can't say for sure that that exact
Yes.
shoe came from Naziah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
I think you testified that
Oh, shit.
very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if
Thank
your
you,
phone was
Chef.
turned off.
Right.
And that was not very often.
Right.
Would Naziah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, like she would ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I wouldn't mind. Yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No.
her on your phone?
No.
Did you ever notice that she had used your text now app?
No, the only time when I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would we won't be on the same page and eye to eye, and I would call him and say, why you will call me, or like why you continue to keep calling me, and I would say I haven't called you all day or in 2 days, and I would go ask my kids like, hey, are y'all calling my dad because I haven't called him.
Hold on. Hold on. Kaz, so did he essay her children? Her children? Because he essayed 2 of his children. Was it her children or was it children before her? Because he has a wild amount of children. Do you know the answer to that? You've been following? No, his oldest daughter. Okay. But there was 2 of them, correct? Because I know one's 20 now. The one that just graduated. Okay.
And until you looked
24.
in
Okay.
Naziah's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned?
No.
Between Naziah and Mr. Butts?
No.
Since back in, it happened in 05,
Mr.
right?
Hutsby,
Yeah.
said would come into the house to see his kids. He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes.
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
Like he, depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pick up or drop off spot, for school, he will do that. Yeah.
And then take them either to Flint Township when you live there or to the Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times people need to come to the house, right?
Okay.
He will come to the house. He will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house.
Like he was visiting with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Messiah?
No.
You can't think of a time when he would have been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her?
No.
Or any other room in the house alone?
No.
When Mr. Butts never been in that house with another
till
adult,
August.
you or your mother weren't there?
He will, what you said.
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
No, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and Messiah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
I had no idea.
No.
You never noticed anything between Messiah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
No.
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
This lady's fucking crock of shit.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly, if you had noticed that, that would cause you concern.
Yeah, they would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Because you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
How many people believe her? Put a 0 in the chat if you believe her.
Would hurt Messiah.
But I won't know. I don't know what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
You believe her?
But the thought of that is hard for you. At least at one point.
Yeah.
Correct.
What? User? You believe her? That's insane. 0 people,
now,
right.
During the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he's had children with other women.
Correct.
Pretty consistent.
I just, why did she say, I don't know what he would do if his back is against the wall and we're talking about a 12-year-old child? I don't. Okay, girl, I guess.
At least with other women.
Correct.
More than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct?
Correct.
They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side.
Correct.
Would you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with Nasiah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfort?
Yes.
And that was surprising to you, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit?
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together.
I think
she
they have
asked me,
it
she
set
said,
up.
TT. She said, where is Balfour and Outer Drive? And I told her, I said, you know exactly where Balfour and Outer Drive at? I said, Outer Drive is right where the wine basket at. And I said, you know where Balfour at? And she was like, I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up. So I said, you already know Balfour is before Bedford. So she said, okay. She said, because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings. So I said, okay. But that was the only two things that she had asked, was where was Outer Drive and Balfour at.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No.
Do you know anybody at that location?
No, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiar with is just picking up Jarvis Outer Drive in Belfort. It's just on the corner.
On the corner?
Mm-hmm.
Not an address?
Not an address.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before Nasiah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe it was still like in that same week she went missing.
This one. They keep moving the camera, so it's hard.
Vehicle, per se.
No, he didn't.
They generally used
his female vehicles.
Did you know Mr. Butts to
missing
at one location and walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for him to pick, for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you?
Correct.
You lived with Isaiah for, you said, from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her?
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms?
Yes.
Her demeanor?
Yes.
Her moods?
Yes.
What's
did
the
anything strike
question?
you as out
Ask
of the
it one
ordinary
more
about
time.
how she was acting at any point in time in December or January before she disappeared?
No, Nasiah, nothing has changed. Her character, none of that. She was just the same old Nasiah. Nothing's different.
Literally, Daniel.
Right?
Yes.
Is it an older brother?
Yes.
Now, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
Yes.
It's something that had bothered her or something that she was feeling like at the time could cause a change in her demeanor. So she did have a brother that ran away?
Correct.
And was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like the fact that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time, around the time December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see Nasiah?
Yes.
She did. Did Nasiah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
Complicated, fair to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
This is Nasiah Harris.
Did you know anything, notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything
Case
in
of
a change
Nasiah
in
Harris.
No.
What about physically?
No.
Literally, T-E-G-J.
Anything else? Thank you.
So this is redirect.
Did you go to the park Preston on January 9th, 2024?
No. No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female.
Yes.
Okay. And even some that you didn't know about.
Correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to say you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No.
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
No.
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he used, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
Correct. Yes.
And you were asking questions about Outer Drive and Bell. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is dark spots.
Correct.
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
Correct.
Yes, this is prelim. Trial starts next month. Camera doing her dirty. I like it.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children.
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him
We'll go over it in just a minute.
gotten other women pregnant.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
No.
Nothing for the record.
So this is the case of 13-year-old Nasiah Harris. So this is her. This is the last picture she took on the day of her disappearance. Beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. This is the monster that is most definitely guilty. But Naziah was 13 years old. She went missing on January 9th. Jarvis Butts is accused of emming her. He essayed her. She was pregnant. The text messages that we're about to listen to for just a minute, because it is very disturbing. He does look way younger than he is. Can't show. I actually have a picture of him. Hold on, let's see. The text messages start in the prelim in September of 2022, and she was like just turning 12 years old. So that's disgusting. This is the piece of shit when he got arrested. Looks much different now. Oh, Nelson. He was 40 when it happened. This happened, and it was 2020. Is it 2023 or 2024? Actually. So let's do. Harry!
But it's always 1,000 times worse when the person is a child or a baby, someone in the dawn of their lives who haven't begun to live their lives. The picture behind me is of Zanaya, and that will always be haunting because it was taken just a short time before the evidence shows that she was never seen or heard from again.
This is one of the most difficult cases that I have been a part of. The tragedies that happened to this little girl touches each and every one of us. And unfortunately, she lost her life at the hands of someone who should have been concerned.
One count of criminal sexual conduct in the second degree, and one count of child sexually abusive material. Mr. Butts targeted and befriended women who had to have sexual relationships with their young daughters. He would have relationships with their mothers, but his true desire was to have sex with their young daughters. That's what the evidence will show. He was a classic and expert groomer and pedophile.
Now, Naziah's body has never been found, but prosecutors allege that Butts killed the teen after he found out that she was pregnant with his child.
We must be very careful who we let into our hearts and our homes and our lives. Life can be hard enough at times, but when it comes to our children, we must be deliberative, we must be diligent, and laser focused on their safety.
I know you're feeling the heartbreak, but you probably also have steam coming out of your ears. I mean, these are the types of cases that really get you angry, especially when you talk about an accused killer like this who has a history. Like this wasn't out of the blue. This was someone with a documented history. Joining us now to talk about all this, Court TV field reporter Cody Thomas. Cody, great to see you. Walk us through this case.
So, of course, Vinny, we have 13-year-old Naziah went missing January of 2024, about a year ago now.
January of 2024.
We have 41-year-old Jarvis Butts, who's charged with her murder. Now, along with those murder charges, he's facing other sex crimes, sexual misconduct, criminal possession of sexually abusive material involving a minor. And Vinny, you just mentioned the documented history of Jarvis. So who is this guy? So let's walk back through
Tap
some
the
of his
screen
rap
if you
sheet.
can. This is really
He was
triggering.
convicted of sex crimes in 2005. Served a 10-year prison sentence, got out in 2015.
Yeah, F1.
When he was charged last September with Naziah's murder, he was already in custody for 2 separate sex crimes charges relating back to 2015 when he got out of prison after the 10-year sentence for other sex crimes. So again, well-documented history of this guy. Obviously there's a sickness here. And all of this considered, Vinny, a woman that used to be engaged to Butts in the preliminary hearing today took the stand to tell the court that she still believed that he was a good father figure. Now he's fathered over 10 children, including 5 with Naziah's aunt.
Over
Take a listen
10,
to what that woman had to say.
I don't know where 28
today.
came from, but I heard 28 before.
Did you ever talk to him about why he was so secretive in his phone? And does it have something to do with the fact that he was seeing other ladies?
Yes.
And you suspected that at the time?
Yes.
And so that's why you were looking for proof?
Correct.
Okay. So even though you suspected that Mr. Butts was unfaithful to you, you still stayed with him?
Yes.
One reason for that is because he was good with the kids?
Yes.
He cared for your kids?
Yes.
He took them places?
Yes.
He took your son up to the shop?
Yes.
He showed him how to change the oil in the car?
Correct.
And you viewed him as a good father figure?
Yes.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate or that would cause you to see a red flag with regard to him and your children?
No.
Did you ever see him acting inappropriately with any other children?
No.
Now, Vinny, despite what this woman says, of course, the prosecutor still alleged that he intentionally befriends and targets women with younger daughters, that he could somehow swoop in there and have sexual relations with them.
Right. And his history was known to a certain extent. It wasn't like it was a mystery, like this guy just showed up in town. Everybody kind of knew his reputation and who he was.
No secret.
And it wasn't, and yet still able to get access to Neziah. Now she's missing, has not been found. What's the status of the search? Where have they, are they hopeful that they could find her?
Well, they are still looking, and prosecutors say they have a mountain of evidence against Butts, generally speaking, including over 100 gigabytes of video surveillance of him in different areas. Now, Neziah was last seen on a school bus, getting off her school bus January 9th of 2024. She went and hung out with Butts. They checked into a motel at 9:30 p.m. that same day. Neziah was never seen again.
The motel is directly across the street from where he worked too. I will show you that. I'll show you all of that.
Now, prosecutors say that he was the next day, January 10th, in the area of the Rouge River in Detroit. And investigators on the stand during that preliminary hearing today say some of Neziah's clothing was also found at that location.
Now, also, she wasn't technically put as missing to the actual police for a whole month. So there's 30 days. He had a 30-day head start.
Listen, wow.
Did you come across any clothing that you thought maybe would fit the description?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that at?
That was south of 7 Mile and Berg, near a abandoned structure next to a dirt parking lot. About, I can't give an exact distance, maybe 50 feet off the river.
What is it that you found in this case?
I found I don't know if this is the right term for it, but like a onesie. Okay. It was mostly balled up in the brush with a shoe inside of it. And so I pulled I didn't know it was clothing at the time, but I pulled it out of the brush just to kind of open it up and see what it was. And then once I saw that it was clothing with the shoe inside, I just reported it to the instant command.
Okay, and when you're touching these items, are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, describe the onesie, color, size, anything like that?
Pink.
Okay.
Honestly, the size, small.
And what about the shoes?
Shoe.
Or shoes. The shoe that you
It
found.
was a small Nike shoe.
Okay.
And it was inside the onesie, which was inside out.
And of course, Vinny, as we continue to hear more and more of this testimony like this in this hearing, more evidence continues to point towards Jarvis Butts.
Absolutely. And it looks like that is a likely spot where he may have attempted to, or got rid of her body. You've got a body of water there. Over the course of time, the body moves, things happen.
Right.
Well, how does he get access? What do we know about the relationship between the victim here, Neziah, and this accused killer?
So, of course, he was at some point dating Neziah's aunt. Again, he had 5 children with Neziah's aunt, and as prosecutors say, he intentionally got with women that had younger daughters or nieces in their families that he could have sexual relations with. Now, Neziah lived with her maternal grandmother, so her mom's mom. Nazia's great aunts, there's a lot of family members here, Nazia's great aunts say they were aware of abuse between Jarvis Butts and Nazia going on dating back to 2022. They even called Child Protective Services.
And they called CPS.
They called CPS to the home where she lived with her grandmother, but CPS didn't really do anything. The grandmother said that she doesn't interfere with her children's kids. Overall, nothing was done. Now, that grandma took the stand today in the preliminary hearing and told the court that she was aware that Butts and Nazia would hang out, and she even told the court that Nazia worked for Butts at his auto shop. Take a listen to this.
Did you know Nazia to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that she went with his daughter, and they went up there to go clean up at his shop.
And how would they get it?
He would come and pick them up.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Vinny, of course, prosecutors allege that Butts and Nazia also traded sexually explicit texts, sexually explicit images, just really disgusting stuff. But we'll continue to hear about more evidence because this preliminary hearing continues tomorrow on Wednesday with 6 more prosecution witnesses. So I'm sure we're going to continue hearing more and more
of these details in this
right.
case. And the poor girl didn't have a chance.
Not at all.
She didn't have a chance. I mean, she's being groomed and victimized. People know about it. They call CPS, and no one was there for Nazia. Cody Thomas, thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, folks, when we come back, I will reveal something else you need to know tonight, plus coming up next hour.
So, the text messages.
He starts off where he denies that was her. He claimed that he was sending them to his child.
Trigger warning.
It then turned into that he
like trigger warning. These are really bad. I don't even know where to start, bro.
Said fuck me at 12:23.
Later in the day on July 24th.
Tap while you listen.
July 24th at 12:22, when Nazia sends to Jarvis. Fuck me then. At 12:22, he replies, huh? And at 12:23, he replies, I'm trying to. At 12:23, Nazia sends to him, you said fuck me. At 12:23, she sends, to do so. 12:23, Jarvis replies, when? 12:23, Nazia replies, trying to make time, going through my schedule, RN, right now. 12:24, Nazia sends, what time are you going to work? At 12:40, Jarvis replies, now. And now jumps to 21 hours, Nazia sends, WYD for what you're doing. Then at 21:23, she sends, you free? With some question marks. We now jump to July 25th. At 17:33 hours, Nazia sends, I want to fuck tonight. At 17:33 hours, Jarvis replies back, come on. Then immediately after, he replies, I'm by myself. At 17:33, she sends back to him, I can't RN for right now. At 17:34, Nazia sends, after work, can you call for me, please? And those messages were all deleted as well.
And now jumping to August 4th.
August 4th, 2023, at 22:07 hours, Nazia sends to Jarvis. Shan and Nana left. DON, and then there's some type of emoji. Know what time they coming back. At 22:08, Jarvis replies, okay, what you saying? Nazia then replies back, what you think I'm trying to say. But there's some emojis in there again. At 22:09, Jarvis replies back with some type of emoji. Nazia then replies back, IDK, is it? I don't know, is it? At 22:09, Messiah sends, "What's she thinking?" At 22:10, Jarvis replies to Messiah, "Are we fucking?" At 22:10, Messiah sends,
This is a conversation between a 40-year-old and a 12-year-old. A 40-year-old and a 12-year-old.
"Shit, are we?" S-H-I. At 22:12, Messiah sends a bunch of question marks. Now it's August 5th. Messiah sends, "Wow, you stood me up." August 5th at 00:47, she sends, "I was waiting." And then at 00:47, she sends, "I a bum." And the next message after that is a correction that says, "You a bum."
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to August 26th.
Okay, I need it.
Here's the time for a 15-minute break.
Yeah,
We'll come back. 12:10.
So this is a break. Oh, there's the piece of shit himself.
Oh. 459-617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. All parties are present. We took a 20-minute break, and Ms. Ripley, you can continue with your questioning.
Thank you. Sergeant Jones, I believe we were leaving off at August 26th.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So text messages from August 26, 2023, starting at 09:09 hours. Messiah sends to Jarvis, "I'm in so much pain."
Who'd you guys
right now."
garden first?
At 09:09, 40 seconds, she says, "My stomach hurts really bad." At 09:37 hours, Jarvis attempts to call Messiah. It shows here missed call from Bay for Life. At 14:26 hours, Messiah texts Jarvis and says, "I did have my period. It came when I was in the hospital." At 14:20 hours, this is now jumped to August 27th. 14:20 hours, Messiah sends GM for good morning. August 28th, at 00:06 hours, Messiah sends to Jarvis, "My stomach hurt real bad." 00:55 hours, she sends, "Why you can't answer?" 00:56 hours, she sends, "Never mind this, you anyway." At 01:31 hours, Jarvis replies to her, "Yes, baby." At 01:32, Messiah replies, "My stomach hurt really bad." At 01:32 hours, Jarvis replies to her, "I didn't nut inside of you." At 01:33, Messiah replies, "I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying it hurts really bad." At 01:34, she says, "Are you busy?" 01:49, Messiah says, "I want to talk to you about some. Let me know when you are free." And these were all deleted.
Okay. And August 28th, later in the day.
August 28th at 13:31 hours, Messiah sends a message to Jarvis that says, "I want to try something." At 13:32, he replies back, "What?" spelled W-A-T. At 13:32 hours, she says, "A threesome." At 13:44 hours, Messiah sends, "You down for it?" Then she sends a question mark. At 13:44, Jarvis replies back, "With who?" 13:44, she replies, "IDK," or "I don't know yet. Do you got someone?" At 13:45, she sends, "I'm still looking."
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And just a little a couple hours later on October, August 28th.
August 28th at 18:58 hours, Messiah sends, I feel you don't want to be bothered with me. 2200 hours, she sends, WYD for what you doing. 2200 hours, she replies back, thinking about you. 2201, she sends, oh, so are you down with the threesome? 2221, he replies, yes, with who though? 2246, she sends, IK, still looking. Then immediately after that, she replies, IDK for I don't know. It is now August 29th at 0347. She sends, bet, that's what's up. He replies, huh? Isaiah then replies, none, you'll figure it out. At 0349 hours, he sends what? He then replies back to him, never mind, NDM, are you busy? She then replies at 0350, again, exactly, so I'll take that as a yes.
And were those deleted?
Yeah.
He's hiding. He's hiding. Don't hide now.
And now we're moving forward to, sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
We're moving forward to September 26th.
September 26th, starting at 14:31 hours, Isaiah sends, Bae, you up? Some question marks. Then she sends another set of question marks. 14:32, he replies, yeah. 14:33, Isaiah sends, my period haven't came at all. 14:36, she sends, hello, you there? With some question marks. 14:37, Jarvis replies to Isaiah, what you mean? At 14:38, Isaiah says, it have not came. 14:38, Jarvis replies to her, since when? Isaiah then sends at 14:38, 42 seconds, since I was in a hospital.
What?
The next message is, that was last month. I'm scared, I don't know, IDK, what to do. I have to go to the doctor's TM, or tomorrow. At 14:41, Jarvis replies in Isaiah and says, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. 14:41, she replies, it did. 14:41, Jarvis then replies, so go get another one. At 14:42, Isaiah tells him on a text, I can't, I have no money. After that, she says, you go get one. 14:43, she says, you ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today. Just act like you have to use the bathroom. At 14:36, she says, PLS for please. She then replies, will you do it? With some question marks. At 14:51, she says, hello, with a bunch of question marks. Then at 14:56, Jarvis replies to her with, okay.
Okay, and now the messages from 9:26 at 14:31 and 41 seconds, all the way to 14:39 and 42 seconds, were those deleted?
Well, so they're deleted from the 14:31, 41 seconds, all the way down to 14:39 and 13 seconds. Those are not deleted.
Okay.
Then there's two that are deleted, which are the two messages that talked about, I'm scared, I don't know what I have to do. I have to go to the doctor tomorrow. And then the other one that she deleted was when it says, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. There's one that she did not delete that was, it did. Then the rest of them after that, where it talks about, get another test, come upstairs, and put it in the bathroom. Those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to September 27th.
September
Right,
27th, starting at 21:26 hours, Isaiah sends, but are we still on for Friday? At 21:31, Jarvis replies, what you mean? 21:38, she says, are we still on for Friday? At 21:49, Jarvis replies, yes. 21:49, Isaiah says, the letter K. At 21:49, Jarvis then sends a text to her asking, what we doing, though? At 21:49, she sends back, fucking. At 21:50, Jarvis replies, seriously? 21:50, Isaiah replies, yeah, what else we gonna do? 21:50, Jarvis replies back to her, where? Isaiah then replies back immediately and says, IDK, or I don't know, you pick somewhere. And then at 21:51, Jarvis sends to her, I always do. 21:51, Isaiah sends, I know. At 21:52, she says, I really just want to cuddle, but if you want to fuck, we can.
So, like, total narcissist. Like, he has, like, tricked her into like, he, like, he highs and lows with her, like, leaves her on red often, like, gets, like, it literally groomed to a fucking T, okay? So groomed. Like, she is, like, head over heels. No, this is in Michigan. This is in Detroit, Michigan. Her name is Neziah Harris. She was 13 years old. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty much like, so her aunt, it's her aunt's boyfriend who she had children with, essayed her, got her pregnant, and then M'd her. Tried it first to give her antifreeze to get an AB, to have an AB, an at-home AB. She was pregnant too, yes. It's like mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. He has 10 children. He'd already been a previous PDF when he got with Neziah's aunt, and Neziah's aunt said, oh, society gave him another chance, so I will too. It's disgusting. It's literally like, I didn't think it got this bad ever, and it's so disgusting. It's so bad. These are the texts between a 12-year-old and a 40-year-old. So his trial for M is not until next month. This is a prelim. This is the prelim 11 months ago that got him indicted on charges to go to trial. Multiple PDF. A habitual with a capital H. She never stood a chance. She lived with her grandmother. Her grandmother had custody. It's disgusting. We'll listen to a couple more of these and then we can like open up the panel and talk about it if you want. Hey. Girl, hey. Yeah, so Jarvis Schmurd, her body's never been found. Also, can we add that the guardian, the grandmother, she didn't come home January 9th. She didn't say anything to anybody. The 10th, she goes to the school to report her as a runaway. Okay. The school, she says that the school says that they were going to turn it into police. They never did. To the real police. So 30 days goes by. All the media, the cameras, they're all rewritten over. Actually, matter of fact, let's show you the place that he works or worked, where he would do this to her, and in the basement of his aunt's home. Right here. Okay, so we're gonna do a street view. This is where he worked. Right here. This is the hotel, the nasty ass hotel that he would take her to. There's cameras, but because it was over 30 days, they don't have them. They don't have the footage. So yeah. Disgusting. Enough to about to piss you off. Well, I don't think was that her. I'll show you a picture of her. Beautiful picture. That's her. And that's him. That's the day she went missing. She took that picture in school. It's absolutely crazy. February 23rd, write it down in your calendar, guys. It's when his trial starts. Scorpio told me about this one last night, and we dived into it a little bit last night. It's so bad. It's so bad. What do you guys want to do? Open up the panel? Do you guys want to watch more videos? Do you want to watch more of there's 6 more people still in the prelim that we have not seen. So, the business partner, Scorpio. What does the business partner says? That's what I want to find out. Hold on. And I don't know what this is, but
the case regarding the trial. And the one thing I had highlighted is the quote, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as blood stains or a weapon leaking dependent to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances. I do agree, this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for a bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day Neziah Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder,
premeditated first degree,
speak on Neziah Harris and the community who failed her.
So Scorpio, I know you're in here. What do they have him as far as pre-med? Do they have him Google searching anything? I mean, she says that there's sufficient. No. Yes. Besides the AB. Maybe it does, yeah.
And I have only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me. But from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, aka King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including Isaiah, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up the shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after Naziah was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a 1-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandma.
2022. 11. That would have made her 11 years old. Just turning 12, if so. If anything. I have a 12-year-old. That's disgusting. That's...
Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish Naziah's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that Naziah was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted Naziah. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that Naziah had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified.
Yep.
And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that showed between him and Naziah that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around that house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there 2 women in that house who had birthed the children themselves who did not notice that Naziah was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on...
I don't know what she's about to say, but what stood out to me is when she said that we would pray in the morning. Like, what? You didn't even pay attention to this girl.
The stand. And she learned around 6 p.m. that Naziah did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police.
Yeah.
Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from Naziah going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for Naziah, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from Naziah or having any indication that she was coming home that night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed Naziah, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and testimony I heard that Naziah was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texted. No social media for a year. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Mile Bird with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used.
30 days later.
And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on, and that was practically new. And the border agent who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing. The behavior of the defendant.
Oh yeah, her glasses being found in his car.
They look exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Mile Bird near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis Butts. His location, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on Naziah and went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she's dead and that she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there 4 days with your head down, sitting between and behind your attorney with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just a true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them, and having them in your presence, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed Naziah. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as babe for life. Naziah deserved so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you were the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more.
I hope these fucking...
As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count one,
oh my God.
all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trial fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear in Third Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our Black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9 o'clock a.m.
Wow, that was powerful. That was great. I hadn't seen that before. Sister of suspect. I want the business owner. Oh, right here. Found it. Follow her. Go follow her. Her name is I'm Not a Lawyer.
All right,
but...
you guys. So let me make sure we got it up.
Her name is I'm Not a Lawyer, but, and you need to go follow her. This is Jarvis's business partner, guys. Oh, he's in jail. Is he in jail?
Stand right
yes,
there,
he's in jail.
Judge, raise your right hand. These first times reproach you.
Court-appointed lawyers cannot deny a case. I don't think so, but I don't. There's two of them. How do you get two defense counsels? He is again now too.
Sorry, Miss Tiff, are you saying that's what Cordell?
Scorpio, you're going through like the phases of like how we see a case. Like this is all new. We're all learning here, but we're spreading the word. If you're just coming in, this is the case of Neziah Harris. This is a preliminary for Jarvis Butts. Her name is here on the screen too. So if you need to do a little Google search to get kind of up to date on what's going on, we're gonna listen to Jarvis's business partner. This is the prelim again.
Those charges are, because if so, that is what these are what I looked up when I saw his name.
Hold on. Is LS in here? I can write down his name too, if not. Let's see. I just want to see this guy's charges.
Stand right here, Mr. Right. Face the judge. Raise your right hand. These first times reproach you.
I do.
Watch your step. You have his name. Can you spell his first name?
Cordell.
Thank you. Cordell.
Sorry, Miss Tiff, are you saying that's what Cordell's charges are? Because if so, that is what these are what I looked up when I saw his name. That domestic violence one particularly is what I saw when I did my like criminal search for him. That's what. So is what you're saying in reference to Cordell, right?
Also,
yes.
So two winners in the same business, huh? Wow.
Okay. Then that is the same person I looked up. So if you're in Patreon, maybe I'll show you later. But anyway, thank you for that.
I wonder what he has to say.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning.
And Mr. Wright, do you have a nickname?
Yes.
And what's your nickname?
King.
Is that King?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
37.
When's your birthday?
11/17.
Oh, what year?
86.
And
I'm not saying he's a pedophile, a
back
PDF,
on
but
back in January 2024.
it's like an auto,
were you on
like
a,
change your
NDA
oil.
Yes, I was.
Then there was like a car wash on the other side.
From March 14th,
Cordell.
23 to March 28th, 24.
And what
He's in
were
for
your,
DV.
other restrictions back
That's what everyone's saying.
I could leave the house from 6 in the morning. I had to be back in by 9 p.m.
Oh, so he gets to leave?
You know someone named Jarvis Butts?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Jarvis Butts?
I first met him. We worked together at a shop called Frank's, and then we owned the shop together.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Work
No.
release.
Yeah. Would you be able to stand up so you can look around?
Yes. No.
When did you meet Mr. Butts?
2000.
You know what's crazy is that everyone has to stand up to look for him because he's so scared to show his face. He wears a mask. He hides. He's a piece of shit. Like everyone has to like look for him in the courtroom because he's hiding himself.
18.
And you said you two worked together initially at a place called Frank's?
Frank's.
All right. Where's Frank's at?
He has a couple locations. He has 7, but the one I met him at was on Warren in Neff.
Okay. And what locations of Frank's?
Sorry, I just be trying to give y'all a little bit of context, but I hate interrupting. Anyway, just again, I want to emphasize what he is charged with is not related to this Naziah case. It is unrelated to this case. He is testifying because he was with Jarvis that day, but it's not related to this case. Also, this happened prior to the testimony that we saw earlier, which was of Naziah's aunt and grandmother. This testimony was actually in like December or November of last year. So there was that day, and then there was a long break before they came back and did the rest of the testimony. Hair. So if you notice the judge's hair is a little different, just know that this was before
Mel,
the testimony that we already watched. This is like day one.
We're gonna be on a podcast together someday. Love you.
Did you work at with Mr. Butts?
Warren in Neff.
Yes. And Mr. Wright, I'm approaching those proposed exhibits 4, 5, and 6. Can you look at these and tell me if you recognize those?
I recognize this one, and this one.
And those are those a fair and accurate depiction of the Frank's Auto Shops? At least 2 of them on Warren and the other one maybe on Harper?
Yes.
Okay, which is the one that's on Harper?
The last one on the inside.
Okay, and that's People's Exhibit, proposed exhibit 6?
Yes.
Okay, you're not with the admission of People's 4, 5, and 6?
Okay. You'll give it as People's Exhibits 4, 5, and 6?
Thank you.
Toledo, no, Cordell.
How long did you work at Frank's with Mr. Butts?
A few years.
About how many years would you estimate? And when did that change from Frank's to another shop?
Maybe in 23 sometime.
Okay. Would it be earlier in the year or later in the year?
Maybe mid, maybe in May. Well, maybe April, May.
Okay. And then where did you guys work then?
We got a shop together on 9,000 Connor.
And what is at 9,000 Connor?
Sicko, car wash, and our shop was in the middle of both.
Did he say the shop was called Sicko?
Sure, I'm handing you this one for people proposed exhibits 7 and 8. If you look at those, and tell me if you recognize them.
Literally.
Okay. And are those a fair and accurate depiction
Sicko,
of your shop at 9,000 Connor?
Yes, it is.
And you're not with the admission of people's proposed exhibits 7 and 8.
Okay. They're getting ready as people, 7 and 8.
It does kind of sound like sicko, though, doesn't it? Sicko. Sicko.
Who was it that you mainly worked with at 9,000?
I'm sorry.
Who was it that you worked with at 9,000?
Jarvis.
I want to take you back to when you were working at Frank's with Mr. Butts. Did you ever see Mr. Butts with any children there?
Yes.
And specifically, did you see him with any young girl children?
Yes.
And did you know who those were?
Yes.
Who were they? Who were they?
His daughter. His niece.
Daughter's niece. What about any boys?
Yes.
And who were they?
His son.
How often would you see him with children there at Frank's?
Sporadically.
And at 9,000 Connor, did you see Mr. Butts with any children then?
Yes.
Any girls?
Yes.
And who would they be?
His daughter.
And what about any boys?
Yes.
And who would they be?
His son.
And how often would you see him with children at 9,000 Connor?
Sporadic.
And as it relates to this case, it's fair to say that you spoke with Detroit police a few times?
Yes, about 4.
About 4 times? Okay. That first time that you talked to Detroit police, do you recall about when that was?
The first time was the day before Valentine's Day, so like February 13th.
February 13th, and is that of 2024?
Yes.
All right, and at that time, were you presented with a jail call?
Yeah.
And who was that jail call with?
Jarvis.
Okay. And who was he talking to?
Me.
All right. What was the topic of that jail call?
He called and asked would I receive a cell phone out of a truck for him.
And were you familiar with what truck he was asking you to get it from?
Yes.
What truck was that?
It was a Z71 Chevy Suburban.
And did you know who that truck belonged to?
Yeah, his baby mom or somebody was dealing with.
And do you recall listening to that jail call?
Yeah, I recall.
Okay.
Was the cell phone that he retrieved out of the car, was it hers?
If I would move to admit the jail call from, I believe it's February 8th, 2024, between Mr. Wright and Mr. Jarvis.
I'll be quick, only because I did have it, I had it on 1.25 because the earlier people were talking slow, but a little bit if you weren't sure what was happening, they're about to play a jail call that is between Cordell Wright, this man, and Jarvis Butts after Jarvis is in jail. So he basically calls him and asks him to get his phone. So that is what she was asking him. Do you remember listening to this call? That is essentially the setup here. And now they're going to go into playing the call. It's going to be a bunch of fluff in the beginning. And then Jarvis kind of chimes in like, I forgot to ask you, can you get my phone for me? So that's essentially what's about to happen.
What's the exhibit number?
Sorry, that's exhibit number 1.
It'll be able to escape to exhibit 1.
Thank you, Judge. And may I publish?
Yes, I mean, publish.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, I am playing people's exhibit 1.
That's it.
This is a 1 times 3, 3.
look, yeah.
An inmate at Lee County Jail. Your phone is not set to collect calls. This call has been provided by
February 23rd.
for friends and family. You cannot receive additional calls from this district until you appreciate it. We can take your credit or debit card information over the phone and connect you immediately after your call. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept all communications from this.
Welcome.
Thank you for using Sony.
My guy, what's up, man?
Not shit, man. What's happening?
Nah, shit, man. How you feeling? My bad, I missed your call. I was working like a motherfucker.
I figured they said you was up there banging for the something, man.
Yeah, you know it.
What's up, my nigga? What's up, boy?
You know it.
Hey, shit. Man, I'm calling, man. You bitch ain't put my money on my fucking books, bro.
Oh, yeah, take a minute for them to put that shit on there. Even if you walk in with it, man, they be playing crazy.
Yeah,
I swear to God. Hey, you got a machine and shit. You show you straight? You need something? I mean, I made a couple hours for that.
Yeah, I had money on my books, nigga. I came in with money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they put this shit on my hookup. I was up from the tab. I get come up $0. That's some bullshit.
That shit crazy.
Yeah.
How is it, though?
Man, that's some bullshit. I'm gonna be quarantined on this whole shit, bro.
Oh, yeah, they got you on that quarantine flow for how long? 3 days?
I don't know how long, nigga. Shit, I'm about to be the only one in this bitch on my part.
Wait, what happened?
I said, shit, I'm about to be the remember me and you know, this motherfucker, you want these boys on this bitch.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
What you need? No, I was asking something with that customer meeting. Man, listen. You straight?
Yeah, my nigga.
Huh?
So yeah, I'm good, oh shit, yeah, you got Tasha number, right?
Yeah.
So Dig, I need you to call her one thing, nigga, and get that truck up there, nigga. Get my phone out there back seat, bro.
Oh man. Alright. Well, I'm gonna get the truck up there. What will tell her?
So you gonna truck around and lost your car that there too when we was moving the radio.
Okay.
You have 1 minute remaining for this call. Reach behind that back seat.
Yeah.
So you reach behind that back seat, bro. Approximately straight behind the middle of that back seat, bro.
Okay, under it or in the back or in the back thing?
In the back, like right in the back of the seat, bro.
Okay.
I'm on the second row.
You know you took the key. You took the key to the gate.
It's the same key.
I don't got that key to it.
Yeah, you do. It's the same key to the lock and stuff.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, it's the same key, bro.
Now, you know I got you. I'll put the money on the phone later, man. When I get around baby, I have to put the credit card. You I told my wife and have to break up the seat. No, I don't need it though. This is the same one I got it. So I don't need it right now anyway. This is where I get the scrap out of there.
Okay.
And Mr. Wright, were you successful in getting that cell phone from the vehicle, like Mr.
I don't know how supportive you can be.
She came up there, but no, I wasn't successful. It wasn't there.
Wasn't there?
When we say she, who's the person?
Tasha.
Who's talking that you know of?
His baby mom.
Okay. Did you look for it in the vehicle?
Yeah, I looked for it.
Okay. And you were unsuccessful in finding it?
Yeah.
And Mr. I want to talk to you now about the second time that you were speaking with Detroit police. Would that be fair to say that was just a couple days after your first time?
It was not long, a few weeks maybe. I was off tethered at that point, I believe.
Okay. And do you recall talking about fixing a red Jaguar and going to Ypsilanti?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about how many times did you and Mr. Butts go to Ypsilanti?
I believe it was either 2 or 3.
Alright. And how did that come about? Whose red Jaguar is this?
My son's grandma. So she called, said she was having some problems with it and asked if we would come look at it. Which is not unusual. We do house calls depending on the person and where it's located, but this is my son's grandma, so of course we're gonna make the exception. She called and said she was having problems with the car, asked if we would come look at it. We went, assessed the car at her house the first time. I think we made a minor repair there. Not to the extent that it was the problem that she was having after the fact.
Okay. So, where is this red Jaguar located when you guys go out to see it?
It's in my son's grandma's driveway in Ypsilanti off Michigan Avenue.
Alright. And who goes with you out there that first time?
Jarvis.
It's just you and Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys go out there and you assess, make a minor repair.
Yeah.
Does it completely fix the car?
For that problem, yes.
And then is there another time that you end up having to do work on this red Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
She drove the Jaguar for a while. It was doing fine. And then she said it was leaking something. I asked her what it was leaking. She said she didn't know. I asked her if she could get it towed to the shop. She said, yeah.
Okay. So at some point, this red Jaguar gets towed to your shop at 9,000 Connor?
Yes.
Okay. And who works on it at 9,000 Connor?
Me and Jarvis.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing? Do you ever finish fixing?
How the fuck? He drove a white Cadillac. Now they got a. Whose red Jaguar is that? And if that phone is hers, and they have that jail call, like, yo, get some evidence out that car, like, that's insane. This is after his baby mama? King's son's grandma. King's son's grandma. You'll have to explain that one to me. What the hell, bro?
Jaguar?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do when you finish fixing it?
We take it back to her.
King.
I called her first and asked her how she was planning on retrieving the vehicle. She said she was going to tow it and I didn't want to cost her no more money, so I told her that we could bring it.
Okay. And do you recall that was on or about January 9th of 2024?
It was on.
On that day?
Yes.
Okay. So on that day, before you take the red Jaguar back, who was, tell me about how that day started for you.
I woke up. I'm typically leave the house at 6 because that's what time I could leave. So I went to the gym. I got to the shop probably around 8:30. I don't know who opened the shop. I can't really recall which one of us opened it, but Jarvis may have been there already. A few cars came in, then the Jaguar probably got there maybe around 9 o'clock. I assessed the Jaguar. Jarvis left for a moment. I had another mechanic, being it's a foreign car, so I had a foreign car mechanic on call to help with the work, but he was busy, so he came. Said he wouldn't have time to do it, so I think I Googled it, seen how it was done, and I proceeded taking the water pump off.
Okay. So you were working on the Jaguar, and is Mr. Buck at work that day?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. What do you guys being you and Mr. Butts, do as it relates to work on the night?
I think we had a few cars that came in that needed some minor repairs. Between that and the Jaguar, we was jumping in and out of the Jaguar job, and the cars that pulled up, maybe oil change, tune up, whatever, etc.
So does he own the car wash, or does he own the auto body thing with Jarvis? Or is it all one big shop? He and Jarvis own the auto body place. Okay, or the auto place. Okay. Okay, so car wash is separate.
But we was mainly working on the Jaguar, trying to get the water pump off, as it is a hard job to do.
And do you always have all of your parts on stock or on your person in stock with you?
No, we call either AutoZone, Mansfield, one of the auto stores that has them.
Okay. And did you have to go get any auto parts on January 9th?
Yes, we had to go get the water pump for the Jaguar, as well as some other parts, I believe, for other cars.
And when you go and get parts, is it usually just one of you, both of you, or something else?
That depends. If it's a car there, then one of us will stay. If it's not a car there, we go together sometimes.
Okay. And on January 9th of 2024, did you guys, did one of you guys go to the auto parts store, or did you both go?
We both went.
Both went? Okay. Tell me what happens when you go to the auto parts store.
Before that, I called them. They ordered the water pump, so we went and picked it up when they called and said it was in. We got in the truck, went to AutoZone, got the water pump. On our way back from AutoZone, I believe we forgot something. So we ended up turning back around, going back to AutoZone, grabbed whatever we forgot, came back. And on our way back, he was coming down Harper. Jarvis said, "I see my niece right there. She walking." We pulled into Angel's liquor store. I still didn't see her. He pointed across my face, said she right there. She was coming across the street at that time. She got in the truck with us. She spoke, I King, I Jay, and we proceeded back to the shop.
So, when you guys are driving to these auto parts stores, who's driving?
Jarvis,
Okay, and where are you at?
passenger seat.
Okay. And you said when you guys are heading back to the shop the second time, that's when you said Jarvis spots someone?
Yes.
Who does he say that he spots?
His niece.
His niece, okay. And do you recognize his niece?
Yes, when I see her, when he pointed her out to me, yes, I recognize her walking across the street.
Okay. And so you guys pull over. Where does she get into the car at?
I believe she getting the behind me, so the back seat behind me.
Okay. Does Jarvis say anything to her?
Yeah, she speaks to both of us, and we speak back.
Okay. What does he say to her?
Hi.
I don't want to treat this like my recap, but I just want to make sure that we're all following. So what has happened is King is working on his son's grandmother's red Jaguar. Okay, so that's what's happened. He has this vehicle at the shop that he and Jarvis are working on. They have to go to AutoZone to get a part for that foreign car that he's Googling how to fix. As they're driving back, what he just said is, as we're driving back, Jarvis says, "There goes my niece. She's walking on the street." Basically, she had gotten off that bus. If you watch the recap, you know she had gotten off that bus and was walking. As they're driving back, he spots her and says, "There goes my niece." And so what King just said is we essentially pulled over to pick her up, to pick up Naziah. She gets in the car. And again, this is the day she goes missing. This is January 9th, 2024. So these are the moments in which people last see Naziah and see her with Jarvis. And he just said, Jarvis said, "This is my niece." Okay. I just want to make sure we're all clear and following what's.
When I take notes, I usually remember a story, but when I take notes, it's usually addresses, names, and dates is what I always put down, because to me a timeline matters. So that's like the most important thing to me. But I hear the story and I remember it. I just have to remember what date it was, who said it, and what their nickname is, and these kind of things. This was 1/9/2024. He did not do anything. This guy that's testifying in this preliminary trial, besides being a PDF's friend and knowing probably he was a PDF, and I'm sure seeing him around these young girls that were his children and his niece, not by marriage, niece by marriage. The whole story's crazy. Little rundown, 13 years old. Naziah Harris is 13 years old. Jarvis, not him. Jarvis is accused of emming her, but he definitely essayed her. She was pregnant. He Google searched how to have an at-home AB and used antifreeze to do that. That didn't work. A week later, she goes missing. Never to be seen again. Lives with her grandma. Grandma has custody. Grandma apparently says that Jarvis has never been in that house. I don't know how true that is. I don't think that's true at all. There's text messages between these two, 40-year-old and a 12-year-old at the time. What am I missing? It's so bad. The grandma didn't report to anybody that night that she had been missing, even though she was a great kid, never ran away, was good in school, like never a problem. Went to the school the next day, went to the school police and said that she ran away. And she alleged that that school said that they were going to turn it into the real police. Doesn't happen. So for 30 days, no one's looking for her. For 30 days. So by the time they get to the day, this is the auto place. This is the place that they owns with this business partner at this sicko gas station. This is across the street is the motel that he took her to at 9:30 p.m. Has her glasses, has her cell phone. I mean, dude, this guy is, I can't even believe he's trying to take this to trial, to be honest. But Michigan, get your shit together, okay? Please. LA Woods, it's been so long. Get your shit together, Michigan. Because this is disgusting.
Hi.
And where do you guys go after you pick up his niece?
Back to the shop.
Okay, and that's at 9,000 Connors?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you guys do when you get back to 9,000 Connors?
He back in.
No, this is, so the guy that did this, his name is Jarvis Butts. This is just his business partner. This is not him. This is not the guy. Jarvis Butts is his business partner. He's talking about that day and how they saw his niece, because it's Jarvis, Naziah is Jarvis's niece. So this guy is in jail too for DV. I'll show you Jarvis after. This guy's in jail. I'm assuming the green is jail for DV. He's definitely telling something. I've not seen this yet, so we're all learning this together. Hi, Sheffy.
Out. We proceeded working on the Jaguar. I may have got out the car first with the parts, and he was in the car with her for a second. I got out, started working on the Jaguar.
And does what happens next? What do you guys do?
I believe she get out, get into the front seat, reposition herself to the front seat of his truck. It was colder that day. I believe she started the truck. We started working on the Jaguar, putting the parts back on.
It's jail,
it took a little bit. Like I said, it was a difficult job, so it took a while. At some point, I believe his truck ran out of gas, so we had to stop.
They look like they were in the same inmate uniform.
Push his truck to the gas pump so he could get some gas.
So you said that she gets out of the car that you guys were in?
Yes.
Okay, and then she gets into Jarvis's truck?
No. We was always in Jarvis' truck.
Okay.
So she gets out the back seat and repositions herself to the front seat so she can start the cover.
And tell me, what kind of car, what kind of truck does Jarvis drive?
Escalade.
And what color?
It's pearl white.
It's probably in a different part of the jail.
What, if you can see, what is his niece doing, while you guys are working on the job, at the job?
I believe she's on her cell phone, I believe.
Does Jarvis ever take his niece anywhere that, like, while you guys are working at the shop?
No.
No, okay. Did you ask him if he was going to take her home at all?
I believe I asked him was he gonna drop her off when the truck ran out of gas. We had to push it to the pump. It was just a distraction from work, so I asked was he gonna drop her off. He said no.
And did you finish working on the Jaguar that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens after you finish up on the Jaguar?
I called my son, grandma, and asked her how she was gonna retrieve the vehicle. She said she was gonna tow it back. I told her she didn't have to do that. That was just spending extra money. So I asked Jarvis, was it all right if we dropped it off? He said yes. And we started making preparations to do so.
Do you recall about what time you guys finished the Jaguar and prepared to leave?
Right around 7:30ish, somewhere around there.
When do you guys eventually leave the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about who all leaves the shop?
Me, Jarvis, and his niece.
Okay. Tell me about the driving arrangements.
So I drove my 300 and Jarvis drove the Jaguar.
And where was his niece at?
She was with him in the front seat of the Jaguar.
Now, are you able to recall what his niece looked like that day?
Yes. Faintly, but yes.
Do you remember what kind of clothing she was wearing?
I remember she had a jacket on. Like I said, a coat. It was cold, so I think it was colorful.
Colorful?
Yeah.
May I approach? Yes. Demonstrate, I'm approaching the People's Proposed Exhibit 2. And I'm going to direct you to the top left corner. Can you tell me, is there anything that you recognize in that?
The jacket in Channel 1.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the jacket that you've seen his niece, Jarvis's niece, wearing that day?
Yes.
And I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 2. Any objection? Okay.
So we give it as People's Exhibit 2?
Thank you. And
I have daughters and I obviously am a daughter, and I was never around grown men by myself. It just didn't happen. I just never, if it was not my father, I just was never around grown men by myself like that. So,
Detroit.
12 years old.
Your man, coach. And then showing you Smart Appeals Codes Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
Thank you. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of Jarvis's niece as you remember seeing her back on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same niece that went with you to Ypsilanti?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I move for the admission of people's proposed exhibit 3.
No objection. Okay, any good minute, execute exhibit 3.
Thanks. So, you guys are driving to Ypsilanti. So you're driving in your 300, and Jarvis is driving the Jaguar with his niece.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember back in COVID when they thought these things would help?
How long
Like,
did it
what
take
is
you
this
guys to get to
helping?
Ypsilanti?
It was raining that day, so about 35 minutes.
It's crazy.
And when you guys at Ypsilanti, what do you do?
We get out, we park the car, get out, we go in. My son's grandma and I believe his auntie was there as well, so they greeted us. They'd spoken to him before, so they greet him. And then my son's grandma asked who the little girl was.
And did you introduce the little girl?
No,
Okay. Who introduced the little girl?
Jarvis did.
And what did Jarvis introduce her as?
His niece.
And about how long do you guys stay in Ypsilanti?
Not long, maybe 15 minutes or so. My son, auntie had to go get the rest of our money that my son, grandma didn't have, so she went to the ATM.
What do you guys do when you went to the ATM?
Talking. She was just telling us about other work she needed to do around her house, etc., so on and so forth.
And was Mr. Bucks with you the whole time?
Yes.
So, you guys eventually leave Ypsilanti.
Yes.
And tell me about the driving arrangements leaving Ypsilanti.
At this point, we only have one vehicle, which is mine. We get in, drive it in the front.
By marriage, not by blood.
Is that behind you?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if they were legally married. That's why I put in quotations.
And is there any kind of talking or conversation when you guys are driving?
No, I got sounds in my car, so no.
And
they weren't.
Do you recall about what time you guys? Where do you guys go when you leave Ypsilanti?
Back to 9,000 Congress.
And do you recall about what time you guys get back to 9,000 Congress?
Probably around 8:45. I was cutting it close on the tether.
What do you do when you get back to 9,000 Congress?
Open up the shop door where he left. He left his truck in one of the bays, so we opened up that bay door. Went through the gas station because that's the way we entered the shop. Went through the gas station, opened the shop, opened one of the bay doors. I went to the back and started splitting the money that we had made for the day, and separating the receipts, etc.
Where do you see his niece go?
Getting this truck.
Do you recall where at his truck she got into?
Passenger seat.
Wow. The front passenger, back passenger, or something else?
Front passenger.
And where is Mr. Buck at?
Back in the back with me, separate the cash.
And when you leave, do you lock up the shop?
No, I left first.
You left first. Okay. So when you leave, who's still at the shop?
Jarvis and his niece.
Do you see them leave the shop at all?
No.
And have you seen Jarvis's niece, the one that was with you on the 9th? Have you seen her since January 9th, 2024?
No.
Now I want to talk about the day after that you guys went to FC, so January 10th. Do you recall if Mr. Bucks was at work that day?
I don't think he was.
What makes you think that he wasn't?
I believe he called me like 3 times, 4 times. No reason for him to call me if he was standing right next to me.
No response. So I don't think he's speculating, so I'll put in police.
Maybe call for some reason, no.
What a silly argument.
So you said that
What a silly
you don't believe
argument.
that we're
Speculation on how many times he gets called.
He called me. We had a 30-minute conversation on one account, and then we had another conversation about 15 minutes. So
that's when you know they
So
have
that
nothing.
makes you believe in your mind that he was actually
What's the question first?
that based on those conversations in his mind to him that means that Mr. Bucks was not at the shop with him. I don't think that's leading. It's stating a conclusion.
You said he already stated that he wasn't just a shot. So I'll overrule.
You can.
one more time. I'm sorry.
Sorry. So based on the length of those phone calls and the types of them, did that make you believe that Mr. Bucks was not the shop?
Right.
No, he's not the bad guy. But he owned a business with a really bad guy, so.
Jarvis Bucks ever mentioned to you
I'll
about
make your own opinion.
being missing?
No.
Have you talked to Mr. Bucks, aside from that jail call that we played, since turning himself in?
No.
And do you know someone, do you know any of Jarvis's siblings?
Yes.
And which sibling do you know?
I met his brother and I met his sister.
You talked to his sister. Well, start that. Do you remember would his sister ever come to the shop?
Sporadically.
Right. Okay. And are there times that you talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk to her about Jarvis's niece being missing?
After the police questioned me, I believe she came up there and we spoke about it, yes.
I think they usually look annoyed if they're in inmate clothing.
And Mr. Wright, I asked you earlier about if you'd seen Mr. Bucks in the courtroom, so that you couldn't see him.
Yes.
Okay. And I wrote this. And I'm showing you People's Proposed Exhibit 9. Can you tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And who is it in that photo?
Can't see him because he's hiding.
That's Jarvis Bucks.
Yeah, that's him in the mask.
Are you for the admission
Behind
of
his
People's Proposed
lawyers.
Exhibit 9?
Like, here's his lawyers. Here's him. Behind them. Hiding like a little biatch.
I just want to be clear. I have a pinned comment about Cordell Wright. People are saying, and I haven't confirmed, okay, but people are saying that he is in jail for domestic violence against on a pregnant woman. Okay, I searched his name, just generally trying to search it before, and is this what I need? I'm just going to show. I don't know if this is him because this could be like defamation. I don't know if this is him. I searched Cordell Wright in that county to see if there was a record that would show. One did. Okay, so I don't know if this is him, but is it showing for y'all? You see there is domestic violence, there's some larceny, domestic violence, third offense notice, okay? So that could be what he is in jail for. I don't know for sure. And that's why somebody posted that like domestic violence cases hold you in a particular jail. If you know that jail, send it back in the chat and I will look it up, obviously. But I don't know. But what I do know is that he is not in jail related to Nazaya, okay? He is not in jail, the business partner, not in jail related to Nazaya, okay? That's where we are. I just want to clarify that because I think men should check other men if it seems weird that they're around a child and you feel uneasy, you should check that man. But that's not to say that he did anything to Nazaya, was there for it. That's not what is happening. And I just want to be clear.
Smells so good.
And this is right. I kind of want to direct your attention back to people's proposals did it 3. People did it 3. I'm sorry. Can you see it right here where I'm holding it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who this person in this photo is now?
Yes.
And who do you know her as now?
Nazaya.
This is the prelim for Jarvis Butts.
And the next time that you see Jarvis Butts after January 9th, 2024, do you put any injuries on him?
Back again, just because this was a question that kept coming up. I'm back again. So that looks like the man on the stand. Okay, this is Cordell, right? This looks like the man on the stand. Okay, let's scroll a little bit. Active. Okay, this is prison sentence active. Sentence 1, domestic violence and or knowingly assaulting pregnant individual, third offense. Okay, so that's where people are saying this pregnancy. Here we go. All right.
I'm not a lawyer, but
he's been sentenced. Minimum is 1 year, a year and a half. Maximum is 5 years. The date it happened is July of 2019. Date of sentence is 2021. Don't leave me with Shirley Love. So he is, if he's in jail, 21. Yeah, but so he's been in there already for 21, 22, 23, 24, 3.5 years or so. So he's already been in there for a couple years. But okay, we clear?
Oh, so he has.
That is why he is in this jumpsuit. Not related to Nazaya, but obviously he got his own situation that he is.
Hold on. So he got 5 years. He has a pew charge, 1 year, 2 months in 2008. Another weapons charge in 2010. He got 2 years for that. And then the domestic violence, knowingly assaulting a pregnant individual, third offense in 2019. And he got 5, minimum sentence, 1 year and 6 months, maximum 5 years. So he is in prison. Yeah. I think that if he wanted out, though, he'd be spilling way more. Don't you guys think that? Like, he would just be saying it all instead of being like, oh, I've never seen anything weird going on between them, just that he was last seen with her. But he's a very big key to it because he's the one that sees her with Jarvis on the 9th. So he's definitely a key witness to putting all of this together. I think he's saying what he knows. I don't know. Maybe. I just don't see how you own a business with someone who is like literally a PDF and I think he does too. I think he knows. I don't know about all, but for sure. Yeah, for sure. He definitely knew that he was getting it in with a fucking 13-year-old. already sentenced. He can't make a deal with them unless on the case. Yeah. I mean, his minimum sentence is only a year and 6 months, so a year and a half to 5. Wait, he was out when this happened. Yes, he was. He was out when this happened. He just described him, the day that he just described about the car breaking down and like seeing the niece on the side of the road. Yeah, that's the day of the 9th. He was out for the day. Oh, work release. Right? He had to be back in jail that night. So in, but technically out. See, like that's fucking like work release should be like a set place where all the inmates go. No? King, he was on work release, right? Michigan does love work release, and so does California. No, he was on a tether. He was jailed at night. So he was on a tether and jailed at night. But I thought he said that he wasn't on a tether then. He was on probation with the tether. Okay, I believe. TC. Okay.
Probably not the best person to be around Naziah. We clear? We good? I'm taking it back.
He said he woke up in jail the next day. No, he was not jailed that night. We'll come back to this because there's a few people in here that will come up on the panel and clarify, or we can look it up. So sentence date was 10/19/2001. So he had to have been on something. He did say he was on work release at the beginning. Woke up that day in jail and got ready and left for work. Okay.
I just didn't want, I don't be liking to spread, no misinformation or wrong information or, okay, especially if we can find it. If I can find it and actually post it, I'd rather do that. All right, here we go.
We love you for that, Mel.
No, I don't believe I've seen
Thank you.
Good for the